Hello, and welcome back to Zenin Fanfics. Today we're starting part 2 of an exciting new series. What if Deku was reborn as Quirkless Girl? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Korina Kamaleelpa 8 on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now let's dive into the story. At the agency felt more like a war room than a hero HQ. The atmosphere was tight, heavy, desperate. Bakugo paced restlessly, jaw clenched, while Todoroki hovered over the map displayed on the big monitor. Shinso scrolled through digital reports on nearby, abandoned buildings. Kirishima sat with his arms crossed, bouncing one leg rapidly. Achiko was unusually silent, gripping a paper cup of untouched tea. Bakugo, growling, "DM in it. There's got to be something we missed." Shinso, low, controlled, "We're not missing anything." The BSDRD covered his tracks. Todoroki, "The car was unregistered. Plates were fake. Cameras glitched. This was premeditated." Kirishima, furious, "He planned to take her. He watched her. Probably for days." Achiko, "She must have known something was off. I should have seen it in her face. I talked to her just this morning." Denki came over, offering snacks with a hesitant smile. "Denki, come on, guys, she'll be okay. She's Izumi, remember? The girl used to wipe the floor with us." Mina, nodding, "Yeah, she's tough, just like Deku was. We can't let fear break us." Yamamoto, soft but firm, "We must stay rational. This is how we'll find her." The door swung open, and Ida rushed in, panting. Ida, frustrated, still no updates. No GPS signal, no calls. Her phone was completely disabled after the struggle. Everyone fell silent again. Hagakure, Azui, and Siro entered quietly, arms full of food trays and drinks. "Azui, you guys need to eat something. Even a little." Hagakure, softly, "Izumi wouldn't want you to starve yourself for her." Siro, placing food down, "Let's not lose our edge. We're her team." Bakugo stood alone in the meeting room, fists pressed on the table, breathing heavy. Bakugo, "If that freak hurts her, I'll kill him." Achiko, gently from behind, "You can't think like that." Bakugo, "Snaps, like hell I can't. You saw the footage." Achiko, calmly, "Izumi strong. She's probably fighting even now." Kirishima, darkly, "You don't get it. She's not the same as Izuku we knew. Her body's different, smaller. She's vulnerable now." His voice cracked slightly. Todoroki, quietly, "He's right, we can't take chances." Just then, the doors opened again. Hawks and Best Genius stepped in, serious as always. "Genius, we came with possible leads." Everyone looked up, tense. "Hawks, we don't have her location yet, but there's a name. A face." He tapped a file on the desk. A photo of a grinning man in a red mask stared back at them. "Genius, Run Shinobi. Quirk, Puppet MSTR. He's been on the underground radar for months." Hawks, grimly, "He stalks his victims, kidnaps them, turns them into dolls. Literally." Genius, "His quirk overrides motor function. He can string up people like puppets, bend their will, and worse." Achiko, disgusted, "He's targeted women before." Hawks, attractive, high-profile female pros and interns. He gets obsessed then acts. Todoroki, "The red mask on the CCTV, it matches." Kirishima, furious, "If he lays a finger on her dash." Shinso, coldly, "He'll wish he never crawled out of whatever hole he came from." Bakugo, growling, "We're gonna find her. I don't care how long it takes. No one touches her and gets away with it." A cold fire sparked in all of them. Yamamoto, determined, "Then we'll need a plan." Mina, quiet but firm, "Let's bring her home." Everyone nodded. The real hunt had begun. Unknown location, a cold breeze stirred Izumi awake. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly sat up. Her head throbbed. Her body ached. She gasped as she looked down. She was wearing a white dress, thin and unfamiliar. No shoes. The floor beneath her was a damp stone. Chains rattled somewhere in the dark. She was inside a dungeon barred, cold, and dimly lit by flickering lamps embedded in the walls. Outside her cell, down a narrow hall, she saw them other women. Trapped. Huddled. Some sobbing, others staring blankly at the floor. Izumi, whispering, "Where am I?" She stood slowly, clutching the bars. A girl in the neighboring cell noticed her. Girl 1, timidly, "You're new, Izumi. Who did this to you all?" Girl 2, shivering, "Don't ask. He'll hear you." Girl 1, tears in her eyes, the man in the red mask. He picks the ones he likes and takes them. Izumi whispers, horrified, "How long have you been here?" Girl 1, "Weeks. Some of us longer. We don't know time anymore." Izumi stepped back, stunned, but then clenched her fists. Izumi, firmly, "Then it's good I ended up here. I've been looking for you. All of you." Girl 2, confused, "You want to be kidnapped." Izumi, shaking her head, "No. But now that I'm here, I swear I'm getting you out. All of you." They looked at her, uncertain, but a faint flicker of hope sparked in their eyes. Izumi, under her breath, "Hang on. Guys, I'll find a way." The puppet's chamber, the distant sound of heavy boots echoed through the hallway. The girls fell silent. The air turned cold. The red-masked man stepped into view, tall, hunched slightly, clad in a long coat and leather gloves. He stopped at Izumi's cell, looking directly at her. Rin Shinobi, grinning, "You're finally awake, pretty puppet." Izumi, glaring, "What do you want from me?" He lifted his hand. Purple threads of quirk energy flared into existence, wrapping around her arms and legs like invisible strings. Her body jerked forward against her will. Her breath hitched. Izumi, no stop dash. Her legs moved without her command, walking forward. The door creaked open before her. She was being led down the hall, past terrified eyes. Her heart pounded in terror and rage. She was forced into a white, room too sterile. A single bed sat in the center. Beside it, a tray of tools, a syringe, a scalpel, small blades, a camera in the corner pointed directly at the bed. Rin Shinobi, softly, like a lullaby, "You're exquisite, I knew you'd be special." The body of a heroine, but the cries of a helpless doll. Izumi, trembling, through gritted teeth, "You're insane," he ignored her. "Ren, the way your breath shakes, the way your skin shivers, it's art. You're my perfect muse." He raised his fingers. "Ren, now lie down." Izumi's body obeyed. Her muscles screamed against the motion, but she was locked. Her knees buckled, and she dropped onto the bed. Tears built in her eyes, not of fear, but frustration. She couldn't even scream. "Run," humming, "Oh, you're gonna make such appealing sounds when the blade touches you." He reached for the syringe. Izumi squeezed her eyes shut. "Please, someone." Izumi's trembling body lay on the bed, her vision blurring, her breath shallow. Her heart screamed louder than her voice ever could. But then the air shifted. Her body was still bound, but her spirit was drawn inward. Darkness turned into the glowing world of the One for All realm. There, the ancestors stood one by one, watching her, solemn and proud. Tashinori, Nana Shimura, and the others stepped forward. Nana Shimura, firmly, "You're stronger than this, Izumi. You've broken limits before, this is no different." Izumi, desperate, "I can't move, my body isn't mine. He's controlling everything, first wielder. He binds you through the mind. But One for All flows through your soul, your will. He can't touch that unless you let him." Nana, gently, "Don't fight his strings with muscle. Fight with your focus. Redirect the current. Shift the power." Izumi, "Redirect like a breaker circuit, fourth wielder." "Exactly. Let the black whip anchor you. Ground your thoughts. Trace his quirk and turn it inside out." Nana Shimura, "And remember, you're not just fighting for yourself. Those women, they need a symbol. Be it." Izumi clenched her fists in her mind. The cords of One for All tightened around her heart, not as chains, but lifelines. Izumi, with resolve, "I understand. I'm not his puppet. I'm no one's." Rin Shinobi hummed as he touched the scalpel. He leaned over her frozen body, his red mask inches from her face. "Ren, low. You're trembling so sweetly now. Don't worry. I'll be gentle at first." Izumi's eyes snapped open. Her irises glowed faintly with emerald lightning. Izumi, coldly, "You talk too much." Crack. She moved her arm, freed itself through sheer will, driven by one for all. Her fist collided with his jaw, sending him flying back against the stone wall. Rin shocked, "Wow, you shouldn't be able to dash." Izumi, standing tall, white dress torn and sparking with lightning, "You don't get to decide what I can or can't do." He roared and raised his hand. Purple quirk strings launched toward her again, but this time, Izumi flicked her wrist. Black whip. The tendrils erupted from her arm, connected directly to Rin's energy lines, tracing his quirk back like a virus finding its source. Rin, struggling, "What the hell? That's my quirk." Izumi, smirking, "Not anymore." She twisted her fingers and Rin jerked forward like a marionette. Izumi, mocking, "Looks like I'm the one pulling strings now." She rushed in, one for all, surging BAM. Right hook. Crack. Knee to the gut. Slam. A left blow to his chest. Rin wheezed, spitting BLD. She grabbed his keyring and ran back toward the cells. The girls were huddled in fear. "Izumi, I got the keys. I'm getting you all out." Girl 1, tears streaming, how are you moving?" Izumi, unlocking the cells. "I remembered who I am." The women started running, Izumi guiding them up the narrow stairs. Suddenly, thud. Rin stood again, mask cracked, BLD on his chin. Rin, snarling, "If I can't control you, I'll control them." His strings launched outward toward the escaping girls. Izumi, shouting, "Don't look at him. Avert your eyes, or he'll catch you." The girls ducked and covered their faces, bolting past him. One of them shouted, "Girl 2, we're calling heroes." "Thank you, Miss Hero." Izumi, "Just call Deku, or Izumi." They nodded and vanished upstairs. Now it's just Izumi and Run. Izumi, stepping forward, "You messed with the wrong woman." Run, growling, "You don't scare me." Izumi, quiet fury, "I don't have to scare you. I just have to end you." Lightning cracked around her arms as she charged forward. The floor rumbled with power. Izumi, to herself, "Kaken, Uraraka, Todoroki, Kirishima, everyone. I'll hold on until you find me." Jiru's phone buzzed frantically. Jiru, answers, tense hello. Panicked voice, female, "P please. We got out. He's still inside, the guy in the red mask. She's still fighting him. The girl with green hair." Izumi. Jiru, eyes widening. Izumi. Everyone at the agency froze. Bakugo, suddenly alert, "What about Izumi?" Drew, snapping to him, "She's fighting the psycho that took those women." Achiko, gasping, "She's alive." Kirishima, grabbing his gear, "We're going now." Todoroki, "I've already pinged the location to the GPS move." Cops, pro-heroes, and ambulances followed closely as the team rushed toward the site with sirens blazing and adrenaline rising. The area was chaos. Police had sealed the perimeter. Ambulance workers were tending to terrified, blanket-wrapped women, 13 in total. Kirishima, running toward one of them, "Are you okay? What happened down there?" One girl, shaken, holding a blanket, "There's still someone inside. The green-haired hero. She fought him, saved us. We escaped because of her." Bakugo, stepping in fast, green hair. "Is her name Izumi?" Girl nods yes. Izumi, she stayed behind to fight him. Please help her. Achiko, fist clenching, "She really stayed. She didn't run." Bakugo growls, "Of course she didn't." Todoroki, to officers, "We're going in now." Denki, to Mina and Ida, "Will stay and help the girls." Yamamo, nodding, "Be careful." As the others helped the rescued women, Bakugo, Todoroki, Achiko, and Kirishima rushed into the dark entrance of the dungeon, hearts pounding. Underground, Ren's laughter echoed through the rubble as he wiped BLD from his mouth. "Ren, sick grin. You heroes always have the same stupid look before they break your shaking sweetheart." Izumi, panting, glowing with fury, "I'm shaking because I'm holding back." Crack boom. A fierce punch sent Ren flying into the wall, but the impact caused more of the ceiling to crumble. Rocks and cement dropped from above. Ren caught Izumi with a blow that sent her crashing into a stone pillar. Thud. Izumi whispers as her vision fades, "I won't lose." A massive chunk of the ceiling crashed down, smash on both of them. Bakugo, blasting through Izumi. He burst in, eyes frantic. Kirishima and Achiko followed, Todoroki scanning the debris. Kirishima pointing there. She's under dash. Bakugo move. Boom. A focused explosion blasted apart the fallen stone. Kirishima used his hardened fists to dig, while Achiko floated debris away. They uncovered her battered, unconscious body. Bakugo, kneeling, no, oi, dumbass, wake up. Achiko, checking pulse, she's breathing. She's alive. Todoroki, icing the path. Ren's over there unconscious too. Let's secure him. Kirishima, relieved, she held out long enough for us, just like always. Bakugo, softly, as he lifted Izumi into his arms, I told you not to act on your own, dim in it. The team carried her and ran out, emerging into the cold night. Cheers and cries rose as the women saw Izumi in Bakugo's arms. Girl, tearfully, she did as she beat him. Mina, running to them, Izumi. Jiru, choked up, she really saved everyone. Bakugo, quiet, eyes sharp, she's going to be okay. As the ambulance doors opened and medics rushed forward, Bakugo gently placed Izumi down, but held her hand until the very last second. The hospital room was quiet until Kaminari and Mineta burst in dramatically, throwing themselves at the edge of Izumi's hospital bed. Kaminari, sobbing Izumi, you fought a psycho all alone. I thought I lost you. Mineta, clinging to the blanket, why do the prettiest ones always suffer the most? This world is cruel. Izumi stirred, eyes half-lidded, then sighed and weakly pushed them away. Izumi, chuckling, calm down, you two. I'm not dead. Save the tears for my funeral. Bakugo, arms crossed, smirking faintly, you better not have one before I kill you myself. Achiko, smiling, teary-eyed, you're awake finally. The room was soon filled with warm smiles and quiet laughter as everyone gathered around her bedside. Todoroki brought flowers, Yamamo a book, and Mina a stuffed bunny. Izumi, softly the girls. The ones I helped, are they okay? Ida, nodding, his voice composed, they've all been returned to their families. Each one interviewed and was medically treated. They owe their lives to you. Shinso, hands in pockets, and Rin Shinobi. He's in Tartarus. No bail. No chance. Kirishima, that creep's gonna rot. You did good, Izumi. A moment of silence settled. The team stood together not as heroes, but as friends who'd just narrowly gotten her back. Izumi adjusted her pillow, wincing a little. Izumi, looking at her bandaged arm. Rin's puppet quirk, it was something else. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. He nearly, her voice faltered, cut me, injected something. I really thought that was it. Everyone went silent again. Izumi, smiling faintly, but the one for all users, my ancestors, they helped. They talked to me, pushed me to think, to break through. Todoroki, quietly, you kept your mind strong. That's what saved you. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, you shouldn't have gone off alone in the first place. Kirishima, softly, you're not him anymore, Izuku. You're Izumi now. This world's a bit different for you. Achiko, gently, but you still protected people. Like always. Izumi, nodding, I know. I was reckless, but I'm glad I was taken. Everyone blinked at her. If I wasn't, we might have never found those girls. Or Ren. Jiru, you're seriously insane but heroic. Denki, grinning like a stubborn badass. Bakugo, muttering, still a D-men nerd. Izumi, smiling, thanks guys, for coming for me. They stood around her, not just as heroes, but as a family forged through battles, mistakes, and trust. At the agency, Kaminari was practically on the floor laughing as he reenacted a dramatic moment from their last mission. Kaminari, laughing, so then Siro tries to web a villain, right? But instead he ropes Todoroki's leg and yanks him straight into a dumpster. Mineta, snorting, Todoroki didn't even flinch, he was just like, that was unexpected. Like it happens every day. Everyone burst into laughter, even Todoroki himself, who gave a subtle, deadpan shrug as if to confirm the story. Meanwhile, Izumi sat quietly on the couch, happily munching on a pink frosted donut. Mina and Hagakure plopped down beside her, exchanging glances. Mina, teasing so Izumi. Izumi, mouth full Hagakure. Don't you think it's time I don't know, got yourself a partner? Izumi, choking and spitting her drink, what? A B-boyfriend. Mina, grinning yep. A hot, strong one to match your vibes. Izumi, blushing furiously, and no. I don't even think about that stuff. Hagakure, smirking suyer. Even though someone is crushing HRD on you. Or maybe 5 someone's. Izumi, startled, wait, what? Mina, grinning wider. Oh, come on, Izumi. You seriously haven't noticed Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, Ojiro, and Kirishima. They all look at you like you're the last donut on earth. Izumi, getting red, that's no. I don't have time for romance, okay? I have paperwork, and hero duties, and kindergarten. I am busy. With an embarrassed puff of air, she stood up quickly and marched off to her office. Izumi, muttering romance ridiculous. What none of them saw was 5 heads ducking behind a wall, expressions ranging from flustered to panicked. Kirishima, grinning she knows. Shinso, dry. That doesn't mean we stop liking her. Bakugo, growling, like hell I'm gonna lose to any of you. Todoroki, calm, so it begins. Ojiro, chuckling softly, this is going to be awkward. Inside Izumi's small office, Uraraka entered quietly, holding a tray. Uraraka, smiling, brought you a sandwich and some coffee. Izumi, smiling gratefully, you're a lifesaver, Uraraka. I forgot lunch again. They sat in silence for a moment while Izumi started eating. Uraraka leaned on her elbows, watching her thoughtfully. Uraraka, hey, Izumi, can I ask you something? Izumi, chewing Uraraka, teasing, what's your plan? In no life, future love. Izumi, blinking, then choking on her sandwich, what? Uraraka, smirking, you heard me. When are you getting married? Izumi, fanning her face, I'm not. I don't need a man, okay? I'm fine just how I am. Uraraka, grinning, but you're appealing, CC, strong, sweet, you're like a dream girl. Izumi, playfully groaning, hiding her face, please stop. I'm not even sure anyone would be serious about me like that. Uraraka, gentle now, you'd be surprised. There was a soft pause. Izumi, sighing, I'm just not ready. It's hard enough being who I am. Besides, I've got enough to worry about. Uraraka gave a small smile and leaned back. Uraraka, all right. I'll back off for now. But you do realize you've got a fan club, right? Izumi, blushing again, not helping. Uraraka, giggling, fine, let's change the topic. How are the kids in your class? Izumi's face brightened immediately. Izumi, oh, they're amazing. One of them drew a hero outfit for me complete with donut launchers. Uraraka, laughing, that's adorable. See, you're already a favorite. They both laughed together, the tension easing, though a certain blush still lingered on Izumi's cheeks. Later noon, Izumi stifled a yawn as she trudged down the hallway, a thick folder in her arms. Her eyes were heavy, and her steps were slow. She knocked gently on Bakugo and Todoroki's shared office before entering. Izumi, yawning mid-sentence, here papers for you both to sign. Mission brief updates and patrol route for tonight. Todoroki looked up from his desk, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Bakugo glanced over, frowning as he saw her sway slightly on her feet. Todoroki, calmly, you look like you haven't slept. Bakugo, gruff but concerned, are you seriously planning to go on patrol in that state? Izumi, smiling faintly, it's just one patrol. I'll be fine. Todoroki, shaking his head, we'll handle it. You've done more than enough. Bakugo, go back to your office and rest. That's an order. Izumi gave a tired smile and nodded, murmuring a thank you as she turned and walked out. Later that night, the agency was quieter. Most of the noise had died down as night shift heroes took their posts. Todoroki walked past Izumi's office and stopped. The light was still on. He peeked inside and saw her slumped over her desk, fast asleep. One hand was resting on the keyboard, and the other was gently pressed on a lesson plan filled with little doodles and color-coded notes for her kindergarten students. Todoroki, softly, she really is doing both. Bakugo stood beside him now, arms crossed. Bakugo, quietly, dumb nerd. burning herself out. Without saying another word, Bakugo stepped into the room, gently pulled his hero jacket off, and draped it over Izumi's shoulders. She stirred slightly, but didn't wake. Todoroki, half smiling, you're soft when it comes to her. Bakugo, grumbling, shut up. They stood there for a moment, watching her sleep in silence, admiration, and concern share between them. Unspoken, but mutual. After a few hours, Izumi's eyes blinked open slowly, still groggy. The dim light from her desk lamp told her it was night. Izumi, what time is it? She stepped out of her office and spotted Azui near the lounge. Izumi, rubbing her eyes, Azui. What time is it? Azui, calmly, almost 1 a.m., ribbit. Izumi, eyes widening, oh no, my patrol. She darted toward her locker, but was stopped by Mina and Uraraka rushing in. Mina, putting a hand on her shoulder, whoa, chill. You're not going anywhere. Izumi, flustered, but my shift dash. Uraraka, gently, Todoroki and Bakugo already went. They said you needed a rest. Izumi, pouting slightly, it's my job too. I hate slacking off. Mina, smiling teasingly. You're not slacking. You're human. Even All Might took naps, probably. Izumi, sighing and looking down, fine, I feel guilty. Uraraka, handing her a water bottle. You've been working yourself to the bone. Teaching kids in the morning, working at the agency at night. You deserve a break. Izumi nodded reluctantly and returned to her office. She tidied the stack of paperwork, closed her laptop, and gently folded the lesson plan into her bag. Izumi, softly, I'll head home then. My class starts early. Mina and Uraraka exchanged a knowing glance, watching her gather her things. Mina, light-hearted, try not to walk into any more villain hideouts on your way, yeah. Izumi, half laughing, no promises. She walked off into the quiet night, not realizing Bakugo's jacket was still draped over her shoulders. At home, the door clicked shut behind Izumi as she walked into her childhood home. She dropped her bag by the door and sighed. Inko, from the kitchen, Izumi, welcome home, sweetie. Dinner's ready. Izumi followed the smell of warm curry into the kitchen. On the table, a fresh pot of steaming curry with rice, pickles, and her favorite pudding sat waiting. Izumi, smiling tiredly, Mom, you didn't have to. Inko, cheerfully, you've been working so hard lately. You deserve this. They sat down together. Izumi took a bite and hummed in delight. Izumi, you still make the best curry. Inko, watching her warmly. How's everything going? At the kindergarten and the agency. Izumi swallowed and gave a small laugh. Izumi, it's a lot. But the kids are improving, and the city's safer now that Ren's in custody. I just wish there was more time in a day. Inko, you're doing your best, Izumi. I'm proud of you. But you need rest too, okay? After dinner, Izumi helped clean up before heading to her room. She showered, changed into her soft bunny pajamas, and flopped down onto her bed. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she was out cold, finally safe, clean, and at peace. The next day at kindergarten, the sun was warm and the breeze gentle. In the small outdoor garden of the kindergarten, children laughed and squealed with joy. Izumi, smiling, okay, little gardeners, gently dig the hole first, just like I showed you, then place the seed in and cover it up. The kids were all on their knees, planting vegetable and fruit seeds. Tiny hands moved with enthusiasm, dirt smudging their cheeks and aprons. Little girl, Miss Izumi, I planted 3 carrots. Little boy, look, mine's a tomato. I'm going to help Mommy make salad. Izumi, giggling, you're all doing amazing. Don't forget to water them. She moved from child to child, praising their efforts and guiding their hands. A group of parents stood nearby, watching fondly. One of the mothers turned to another. Mother 1, she's really incredible with them. My son actually helped me fold laundry last night. Mother 2, mine read an entire bedtime story by herself. She said Miss Izumi taught her new words. Mother 3, well, me daughter helped me clean the backyard and do the lawn dry so adorable. Izumi overheard the praise, her cheeks warming. Izumi, softly, thank you, that means a lot to hear. The kids crowded around her, some with seed packets, others with watering cans. Children, In chorus, Miss Izumi. Look, look. She laughed as they nearly tackled her with excitement. Seeing their bright eyes, their innocent joy, it reminded her why she loved teaching. No matter how tiring her hero work was, these little moments made everything worth it. After school at the agency was buzzing with energy as Izumi walked through the doors, still wearing her teacher outfit and carrying her bag. Izumi, smiling brightly, "Hey, everyone." Uraraka, waving Izumi-chan. "Welcome back." Kaminari, grinning, "We saved you takoyaki and a cold drink." Izumi, surprised and grateful, "Ah, thanks. That smells so good." Yamamo, modestly, "We just wrapped up a mission with Kendo and Ibara. It went smoothly, so I thought we should celebrate." Izumi, "You girls did amazing. Congrats." After chatting for a bit, Izumi went into her office to change. Moments later, she reappeared in her hero costume, tying her gloves. Her emerald eyes gleamed with determination and warmth. In a lounge, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Shinso, and Kirishima were speaking with All Might and Hawks. Izumi, walking in with energy, "All Might." "Hawks, hey." All Might, smiling fondly, "Ah, young Midoriya, how are the kindergartners?" Izumi, chuckling, "Learning fast. You'd be surprised how competitive they are about planting tomatoes." Hawks, leaning casually, "Sounds more intense than half the missions I've been on." Everyone laughed, chatting about the newest batch of UA students, patrol strategies, and hero activity. After All Might and Hawks left, Izumi headed back to her office, rolling up her sleeves to dive into paperwork. Meanwhile, Kaminari, Shiro, and Mineta were loudly playing cards at the lounge table. Kaminari, "You cheated again, Mineta." Mineta, "Nope. Just lucky, baby." Shiro, "There's no way you got 4 aces 3 rounds in a row." Yamamo, sighing, "Honestly, you 3 act like children." Mina, giggling with Uraraka, "This is better than TV." Laughter echoed. Todoroki leaned back while sipping tea. Kirishima chuckled, and Shinso was quietly amused. Bakugo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, smirking faintly. Suddenly, the receptionist entered holding a large bouquet of deep red roses and a box of luxury chocolates. Receptionist, "These are for Miss Izumi Midoriya." Everyone went silent. Heads turned. Izumi, poking her head out of her office, "Huh? For me." She walked over, confused, and signed a receipt. She opened the card blank. No sender name. Mina, squealing, "Oh, a secret admirer." Izumi, "Someone's courting you." Izumi, blinking, holding the bouquet awkwardly, "W-wide. That can't be right." Uraraka, teasing, "What if it's a fan? Or someone you don't even realize likes you?" Izumi, blushing, "No way. I seriously have no idea who would." The girls swarmed her, giggling and whispering, while the boys all exchanged glances. Todoroki, flatly strange. Shinso, sipping coffee, "Wonder who has the guts." Kirishima, elbows Bakugo, scowling, arms tighter, "TCH. Who the hell sends that many roses?" Ida, adjusting his glasses, "Is an extravagant gift. Perhaps we should investigate the source for her safety." Shiro, from across the room, "Or maybe just jealousy talking." Bakugo glared at him. Meanwhile, Izumi set the flowers on her desk, staring at them like they were a puzzle. Izumi, softly, "Why do I feel like things just got more complicated?" The agency buzzed with activity. On Izumi's desk, another bouquet of roses, a beautifully wrapped bento box, and a small charm bracelet. Mina, leaning over her shoulder, "Okay, girl, that's the 3rd gift this week." Spill. Izumi, awkward laugh. "I swear I don't know who's sending them. There's no name, just nice notes like 'for your hard work' and 'rest well,' appealing rose." Uraraka, playfully nudging her, "You're getting spoiled." Secret admirers or admirers. Across the room, Bakugo's eye twitched as he watched Izumi giggle nervously with the girls. Shinso, deadpan, "This is getting ridiculous." Kirishima, "I know, right? That was premium curry she got yesterday. Who even sends that?" Todoroki, calm but irritated, "Someone clearly wants to get her attention. It's working." Ida, folding arms, This level of persistence is excessive, almost suspicious. Mina, grinning at the boys, are our tough pro boys jealous? You all look ready to explode. Bakugo growling shut at raccoon eyes. The girls cracked up while Mina wiggled her eyebrows at him. Izumi, still blushing, sipped her drink with confusion and a growing smile. The agency doors swung open. Door buzzes. Ding! Everyone turned their heads. In walked Shindo, Tetsu, and Aoyama. All three held either flowers, bags of sweets, or wrapped gifts. Shindo, grinning brightly, hope we're not interrupting anything. Tetsu, waving Midoriya. Just thought we'd drop by and say hi. Aoyama, sparkling dramatically, ma chérie. Your beauty must be matched with gifts as radiant as you. Izumi, blinking, then chuckling, wait, you guys with secret admirers. The girls squealed in surprise. Even Izumi looked genuinely stunned. Uraraka, oh my gosh, this is way better than I imagined. Mina, clapping, this is too good. Izumi's HRM just expanded. The boys Bakugo, Todoroki, Ojiro, Kirishima, Shinso, and Ito were frozen. Bakugo furious whisper those extras. Todoroki, calm but cold, he sparkled at her. Kirishima, nervous laugh. I'm suddenly very aware we've waited too long to say anything. Ojiro, stunned this whole time it's just them. Shinso, low grumble, so this is what losing feels like. Ida, adjusting glasses stiffly, this is unprecedented and utterly inappropriate. Meanwhile, Shindo had handed Izumi a delicate box of handmade mochi. Shindo, figured you could use some energy after teaching and hero work. Want to grab coffee sometime? Izumi, awkwardly smiling, you guys didn't have to go this far, but I appreciate it. Mina, whispering to Hagakure, our girl's got long hair power, I'm telling you. Hagakure, giggling, she's turning into a reverse HR manga. Bakugo, stepping forward, sparks in hand, all right, that's a dash. Kirishima, holding him back, not here, bro. Not in front of the mochi. The other boys were nervously laughed, while girls watched gleefully as the tension built, while Izumi just stood at the center, smiling nervously as three admirers tried to impress her, and the other six that have feelings for Izumi looked ready to riot. Inside the agency, chaos brewed. Bakugo, Shindo, Tetsu, Todoroki, Shinso, Ojiro, Kirishima, and even Aoyama were caught in a heated argument. Bakugo, snarling, back off. She's not someone you flirt with like it's a game. Shindo, smirking, relax, man. At least I know how to talk to her without yelling. Kirishima, frowning, come on, this isn't manly. We're acting like middle schoolers. Ojiro, nervously, but if we don't speak up, how will she know? Todoroki, quietly, this is embarrassing. For all of us. The room filled with noise and tension. Mina, Jairu, Achiko, Yamamo, and others watched in disbelief. Mineta, shouting, I'm betting on Bakugo. No Shinso. Wait, Todoroki H, I can't choose. Mina, slapping her forehead, this is not a sports event, Mineta. And then silence. Because Izumi was standing at the center of it, all quiet, trembling. Izumi, voice cracking, what are you all doing? Everyone turned. Izumi, tears welling. Is this really how you show your feelings? Fighting like it's some contest. Bakugo, guilty. Deku. Izumi, I'm not something you win. I'm not an award. I'm a person. A hero. And right now, I feel humiliated. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she looked at them hurt, disappointed. Izumi, firmly, I'm not choosing any of you. Not now. Not like this. With that, she turned and launched into the night sky, leaving stunned silence behind. Mina, sadly, you guys really messed up. Achiko, she trusted all of you, and you turned her into a prize. Yamamo, stern, this isn't romance. This is selfishness. Ida, pushing his glasses, enough. You need to fix this. Now, go. All of you. Bakugo, clenching fists, a minute. Todoroki, quiet. We have to find her. And make this right. The boys left the agency no longer rivals, but united in regret. High above the city, Izumi sat quietly on a rooftop edge, feet dangling. The wind blew softly through her long hair as she stared at the lights below, cars, buildings, lives moving on, while her heart felt still. She unwrapped a small cupcake and took a quiet bite, her eyes distant. Izumi, softly, maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I don't want to be chosen. I just want to be. The rooftop door opened behind her. A familiar presence approached. Mirio, cheerfully gentle, this seat taken. Izumi, glancing over, tired smile. Mirio smiled. Heh, you choose a great view here. He sat beside her, letting the silence linger. Mirio, heard about the fireworks at the agency. Figured I'd find you up here. Izumi, it was ridiculous. They fought, argued, like I'm some trophy. Mirio, calmly, sounds like they let their hearts speak louder than their heads. Izumi, quietly, I didn't ask for any of it. I'm not ready for love. Not when I'm juggling teaching, hero work, my kids. Mirio, that's okay, you know. You don't owe anyone your heart. And when the time is right, you'll know. She smiled faintly and broke her cupcake in half, offering it to him. Izumi, want some peace frosting? Mirio, laughing, only if it's the flavor of clarity. They both chuckled, the tension melting into the night. Izumi, relaxed. Thanks for showing up. Not trying to fix me. Just being here. Mirio, anytime. Because sometimes the best support isn't loud, it's shared silence. And cupcakes. Still on the rooftop, the city lights blinked softly beneath the dark sky. Izumi sat with her knees tucked to her chest, the breeze brushing her long hair to the side. Mirio sat quietly beside her, letting her speak at her own pace. Izumi, softly, you know, sometimes I wonder what if I never came back. What if I really died back then when Shigaraki killed me? Mirio, eyes narrowing, gently. Izumi continued, voice low. Maybe it would have been better. No one would fight over me. No creeps would show up. No expectations. No pressure. I wouldn't be this burden. Mirio, firmly but kindly, don't say that. Don't ever say that. Izumi, broken chuckle. But it's true, isn't it? Look at everything. I came back to life, and now people think I owe them something. My attention, my love. I didn't ask for any of it. Mirio, calmly, you don't owe anyone your heart, Izumi. Not even after a miracle. And what happened today wasn't your fault. They let their feelings turn into something selfish. Izumi, quietly, then maybe I shouldn't have come back. Maybe the second life I was given was a mistake. Mirio, voice softens. No, it was a gift. And you've turned it into something appealing. Your students, the lives you've saved. You gave so many people hope, including me. Izumi stayed silent, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Mirio, smiling gently, you don't need to be anything but yourself. And if you're hurting, then we're the ones who should be better. Don't let their noise drown out your worth. There was a long pause. Then, quietly, Izumi broke the silence. Izumi, you want the last cupcake? Mirio, grinning, only if we split it. They laughed, soft and tired, but it was something. Later that night, the agency had quieted down, the mood heavy. The doors slid open. Izumi entered, hoodie over her head, eyes downcast. She didn't say a word. She walked slowly to her office, shoulders heavy. Everyone in the lounge turned. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Shinso, Ojiro, and the others stood frozen. The girls Mina, Achiko, Yamamo watched anxiously. After a few minutes, Izumi emerged with her bag. She didn't make eye contact. Bakugo, softly. Deku, Todoroki, Izumi, please dash. Shinso, we're sorry. She stopped. Izumi, without turning. Do you even realize how much that hurt? Watching you all fight like I'm some prize to be won. No one answered. Izumi, voice trembling, I wasn't brought back to be treated like that. Maybe I shouldn't have come back at all. Maybe I should have just stayed gone. After Shigaraki. A pause. Izumi continued, I wouldn't have to feel like this. Like my second chance was a mistake. She walked to the door. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Izumi, softly, I'm going home. Please don't follow me. And she left. Silence filled the agency. Mina, voice crack, she's crying. Achiko, whispers she thinks her life isn't worth it. Ida, stepping forward, stern, this has gone far enough. You all care about her. Then prove it. Not by fighting. Not by showing off. By listening. By respecting her. Bakugo, jaw clenched, looked at the door she disappeared through. Bakugo, quietly, I'll make this right. At home, the quiet clinking of chopsticks was the only sound at the dinner table. Izuku Midoriya glanced up from her curry and watched her daughter quietly eat. Izuku, softly, Izumi, you've barely touched your rice. Is something wrong, sweetie? Izumi, forcing a small smile, no, Mom. Just tired. Agency work and kindergarten, it's catching up to me, I guess. Izuku studied her for a moment, but didn't press further. They finished dinner in peaceful silence. Later that night, Izumi, now in her cozy pajamas, had just flopped on a bed after a hot shower when her phone rang. Izumi, groggy, who's calling me this late? She answered with confusion, and then her eyes widened at the familiar voice on the other end. Rodi's soul playfully, hey, stranger. Guess who just landed in Japan? Izumi, sitting up, eyes wide, Rodi. Your wait, what? Rodi, chuckling, yup. Just got off the plane. Heard some wild stuff like how the Deku I knew came back to life, and is now a stunning woman named Izumi. Izumi, laughing, flustered. Oh my God, you heard that. Who told you? Rodi, word travels fast, and I had to see for myself. Plus, I got a job here. Thought I'd drop by and see my favorite green-haired hero. Izumi, smiling softly. I can't believe this, it's been years. Rodi, gently, want to catch up tomorrow, if you're free. Izumi, without hesitation, yes. I really want to see you again, Rodi. Rodi, grinning through the phone, great. I'll pick you up after your class. Don't oversleep, all right? Izumi, laughing, promise. As they hung up, Izumi sat on her bed, heart full for the first time in days. A familiar face. The next morning, after a cheerful day teaching planting lessons to her kindergartners, Izumi stepped outside the school gates. Her eyes caught sight of a familiar figure leaning against a car. Rodi's soul, dressed in a sleek jacket, gave a wave, Pino fluttering excitedly beside him. Izumi, wide smile, Rodi. Pino. Rodi, grinning, opening his arms. Wow, you really are her. Izuku, but appealing and glowing. Izumi, blushing as she ran to hug him. I missed you both so much. Look at you. Pino, teasingly, Rodi's heart's going doki-doki. Rodi laughs, blushing, shut up, Pino. They pulled apart and shared a laugh. Izumi, you look great, by the way. Did America treat you well? Rodi, can't complain. Some freelance work, undercover gigs, helping a few heroes here and there. But I missed Japan and I missed you. Izumi's cheeks turned pink as she looked away. They walked through the mall, talking about their adventures and the insane path life had taken them on. Rodi told her about the streets of New York, the jobs he worked, and how he always kept a photo of their old days. Rodi, softly, you've grown stronger. Izumi, but you still have that same look in your eyes. Kind but lonely. Izumi, quiet, it's been hard. But seeing you, it helps. They continued strolling through the shops, sipping bubble tea and reminiscing. Rodi, with a smirk, I never got the chance to say it back then, but I always liked you, Izuku. Guess fate gave me a second shot. Huh? Izumi, blinking in surprise, Rodi. The gentle hum of the helicopter echoed across the skies as Izumi sat in the co-pilot's seat, her eyes wide with excitement. Rodi's soul, confidently at the controls, glanced at her with a soft smile. Rodi, I meant what I said earlier, I liked you. Always did, even back when we were running from villains together. Izumi, blinking, a bit flustered, Rodi, I don't know what to say. Rodi, shrugging, smiling lightly, you don't have to say anything, Zuzu. I just wanted you to know. No pressure, no expectations. I respect your heart and your pace. Izumi, smiling warmly, thank you, Rodi. Really, that means a lot. He reached over and ruffled her hair gently, and she chuckled. Rodi, changing the subject now, I want to try flying this thing. Izumi, surprise me. I've never flown a helicopter. Rodi, which is exactly why today's the perfect day to start. Come on, I'll guide you. With a mix of laughter and panic, Izumi placed her hands on the controls as Rodi patiently guided her. They soared through the skies above the city, her grin returning. more genuine than it had been in days. Izumi, laughing, this is insane. What if I crash it? Rody, I'm right here. You won't. Trust me. As the wind played with Izumi's hair and her laughter filled the cockpit, Rody watched her smile, the joy returning to her face, and silently wished she could be his. But he knew better than to rush something so precious. Later that evening, Rody escorted Izumi home, walking her up to her door like a proper gentleman. Rody, thanks for today, Zuzu. It was nice seeing the real you again. Izumi, smiling, thanks for making me smile again. You always knew how. Rody, handing her a single soft pink rose, you deserved a good day. And maybe this is cheesy, but he gently kissed her hand and then her forehead. Rody, for always being my hero. Izumi, blushing, stunned. Rody, just across the street, Kirishima and Kaminari on patrol, stopped cold. Kaminari, is that Izumi? With someone. Kirishima, jaw dropped, was that a kiss? Kaminari, gasping, and a flower. He gave her a flower. Dude, she's dating Rody's soul. Kirishima, we gotta tell the others. Back at the agency, things were a bit tense. Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, Ida, and the rest were gathered in the lounge, still feeling the weight of Izumi's words from the other night. Suddenly, Kirishima and Kaminari burst in. Kaminari, grinning, yo, you guys won't believe who we just saw. Kirishima, Izumi on what looked like a date with Rody's soul. Bakugo, sitting up straight, the hell did you just say? Todoroki, looking shocked, Rody's soul. From the Western Division. Shinso, raising an eyebrow. She's seeing someone already. Ida, adjusting glasses. Serious. Perhaps it's not seeing someone yet. It may have been a reunion. Let's not assume. Siro, teasing, but they looked real friendly. Kaminari, she was smiling. Like really smiling. And he kissed her forehead, man. Siro, forehead. That's serious business. Ojiro, coldly, so she made her choice. Todoroki, quietly, I didn't think she would decide so soon. Bakugo stood in silence, face blank, hands shoved in his pockets. But his clenched fists gave him away. Ida, calmly, this isn't about winning her. It's about how we made her feel. And we hurt her. Mina, sighing, if Rody gave her peace maybe. That's what she needed. Bakugo, finally speaking, she didn't choose him. She just escaped us. The room fell into stunned silence. Bakugo's jaw clenched. He stared ahead, fists tight, heart pounding not from anger, but from the ache of regret. He had pushed her too far. They all had. Todoroki, quietly, she needed peace. And we gave her a war. Kirishima, scratching his head, she looked happy, guys. Like really happy. The boys sat there, the weight of that truth sinking in. The agency's lobby was heavy with unspoken tension as Izumi walked in. Everyone turned toward her, but no one spoke. Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, and the others only watched as she passed. No eye contact, no words. She didn't stop. Her expression was unreadable, coldly professional. Straight to her office. Moments later, Uraraka gently knocked on the door and peeked in. Uraraka, Izumi, can I come in? Izumi, sighing, yeah, come in. Uraraka sat across from her, fingers fidgeting nervously. Uraraka, are you dating Rody? Izumi looked up, her expression softening only slightly. Izumi, no. I'm not. Where did you hear that? Uraraka blinked in surprise. Uraraka, from Kaminari and others, they saw you. He kissed your hand and gave you a flower. Izumi, because he likes me. And I like him too, just not like that. Not yet. She paused. Izumi, quietly, I like that he listens. That he's calm. That he didn't try to fight for me like some prize. He gave me space. Uraraka, softly, you sound like you trust him. Izumi, I do. But that doesn't mean I'm ready for love, Achiko. Not with anyone. Uraraka nodded slowly, then asked, Uraraka, do you want me to tell the others that? Izumi looked at her, then down at her hands. Izumi, firmly no. Please don't tell them anything. Especially not Kakin. That they need to figure out on their own. I just want peace right now. Uraraka hesitated, but then nodded. Uraraka, okay. I won't say a word. Later in the day, As the team regrouped in the lounge, Bakugo and Mina caught Achiko walking by and immediately pulled her aside. Bakugo, tense, what did she say? Mina, concerned, yeah. Is she really dating Rodi? They were soon surrounded by Todoroki, Ida, Kirishima, Shinso, Denki, and others. All eyes on Achiko. Achiko, hesitating, she's not dating Rodi. Bakugo's jaw clenched, but he didn't say anything yet. Achiko, continuing, she said she likes Rodi because he respects her. He gave her space. He didn't try to win her in a fight. The room was dead silent. Achiko, softly, what we did. The argument, the competition, the pressure, it pushed her away. She said she doesn't even want to talk to any of you. Not even Kaken. Kirishima, rubbing his neck, dim in. Shinso, so, Rodi has a chance because he did what we didn't. Ida, stern, because he listened. Because he valued her feelings. Denki, did we ever even ask how she felt? Bakugo, quiet but intense, no. Mina, folding her arms, she deserves better than what we did. Todoroki, calm but serious, we can't undo what happened. But we can take responsibility. Kirishima, nodding, if we want her to trust us again, we can't fight for her. We have to support her. Hagakure, pouts, she's not some prize. She's Izumi. Kirishima, firmly, bro, we saw her. We saw how hurt she was. Bakugo, finally speaking, I know. We messed up. We all did. Todoroki, nodding, we can't fix it by fighting. We need to show her we understand now. That she's more important than our pride. Ida, agreed. Our actions must reflect true remorse and respect, not competition. Bakugo, softly, I don't want her to think she was better off dead. Achiko, then don't let her feel that again. Fix it not for your pride, but for her. Silence. Then, finally, Bakugo looked up, determination burning in his eyes. Bakugo, let's fix this. For real. No more pride. No more ego. Just show her she matters. Everyone nodded in agreement. They weren't just going to win Izumi back. They were going to earn her trust again. Late at night, Izumi stepped out of her office, brows furrowed. The halls were oddly quiet. No chatter. No footsteps. Even the usual hum of the coffee machine had gone still. Izumi, softly, hello. Is anyone still here? She peeked into the mission lounge. Empty. The training bay. Lights off. Even the kitchen cleaned out. Her grip on the folder tightened as confusion filled her chest. Izumi. Did everyone leave without saying anything? Suddenly, hey, Izumi. She gasped and jumped, spinning around with a startled yelp. It was Uraraka, grinning mischievously. Izumi, catching her breath. Uraraka, you scared me. Don't do that. Uraraka, teasing, sorry. Couldn't resist. But come with me. Izumi, narrowing her eyes, what's going on? Why is the agency empty? Uraraka, smiling, you'll see. Just trust me, okay? Without giving her more time to question, Uraraka grabbed her wrist and led her up the stairs. As they reached the rooftop, Izumi blinked rapidly in disbelief. String lights twinkled across the rooftop railings. There were soft couches with throw pillows, picnic blankets, a table filled with popcorn, chips, candy, and soda. In front of the couches stood a giant screen, glowing with a ready-to-play screen for a movie. It looked magical, like a dream, pulled straight from her heart. Izumi, whispering, what is this? Before she could step back, Mina appeared and, with Uraraka, gently guided her to sit on the central couch. Mina, sit down, princess. The show's about to start. Izumi, I wait, what's going on? Suddenly, the music began to play. Smooth jazz turned pop ballad, and stepping out from the shadows, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, Shinso, Ida, Mineta, even Aoyama, they were all wearing crisp, clean, and different-colored formal suits. Izumi's eyes widened. Oh my god. Bakugo, holding the mic, stepped up first. His cheeks were red, but he stood tall. Bakugo, gruff, this is stupid. But you're worth looking stupid for. The music kicked in. The boy started singing, his voice rough and low. Off-tune at times, but passionate. Bakugo, singing musical notes, you're my fire, the one longing believe when I say, I want it that way. Todoroki, singing, Musical notes, but we are two worlds apart, can't reach to your heart when you say that I want it that way. Kirishima and Ojiro singing. Musical notes tell me why ain't nothing, but a heartache tell me why ain't nothing, but a mistake tell me why I never want to hear you say, I want it that way. Kaminari and Siro came in with dramatic backup vocals, while Mineta danced ridiculously with a bouquet hat, making the girls, and even Izumi, giggle. The performance ended with a funny, coordinated bow. Aoyama shot a small glitter sparkle from his belt. Boys sad face singing. Musical notes, I want it that way. The boys finished the song, the girls clapped, whistling and cheering. Izumi blinked, a soft smile tugging at her lips. She placed her hand over her mouth, surprised to feel her heart racing and laughing. Izumi, teasing, you guys rehearsed. Kaminari, girl, we spent all day figuring out how to not mess it up. Bakugo, scowling, I didn't rehearse. I freestyled. Mineta, posing dramatically, I choreographed the footwork. Thank you very much. Everyone laughed. Then silence fell again, and Bakugo stepped closer. Bakugo, look, we were jerks. All of us. We turned everything into a stupid contest and forgot you're a person, not a prize. Todoroki, you don't owe us anything, but we owe you our apologies. Kirishima, scratching his neck, we miss your smile, your laughter, and your trust. Izumi looked down at her hands, then up at all of them standing, nervous, hopeful, sincere. She inhaled slowly and let it out. Izumi, what you all did hurt me. A lot, but I can see you're really trying to make it right. She gave a small, shy smile. Izumi, I forgive you. Just don't ever make me feel like I'm just someone to win again. Denki, placing a hand on his chest, promise. No more Izumi Olympics ever again. Mina, snickering, except maybe for movie night votes. They all laughed. As the movie began, My Neighbor Totoro playing softly across the screen, everyone sat together. Popcorn was passed around, soda bottles popped open. Pillows flew in soft, playful pillow fights. Izumi, nestled between Uraraka and Kirishima, looked around. They were her friends, her chaotic, lovable, flawed friends. And they were learning. She smiled to herself, warm under the rooftop lights, heart no longer heavy. The rooftop lights dimmed behind them as Izumi walked toward the elevator, hugging her arms. Bakugo trailed behind silently, watching her steps. Bakugo, Deku. Izumi turned, tired and emotionally drained. Izumi, what kakin? Bakugo, grabbing her arm gently. I'm taking you home. Izumi, pulling slightly away. I can get there myself. I'm fine. Bakugo, firm, not letting go, you're not fine. And Annie Inko would blow my head off if I let you walk alone this late. Izumi, sighing, defeated, always dragging her into this. Bakugo, smirking faintly because she's right. Get in. Reluctantly, she followed him to the car. The ride began in silence. The soft sound of the radio hummed in the background. Izumi, resting her head back. It was a nice night. Still weird. Bakugo, focused on the road, you smiled. Izumi, closing her eyes, did I? Bakugo. First time in a while. No response came. He glanced over and saw she had fallen asleep. He slowed slightly. Her expression was soft now. Peaceful. No burden, no pressure. Just Izumi. As she shivered lightly, he reached over and quietly draped his hero jacket over her shoulders. Bakugo, quietly, you really are something, nerd. Bakugo pulled up to the Midoriya residence. He turned off the engine, looking at her for a moment before unbuckling and gently slipping out of the car. He opened her side, crouched, and lifted her carefully into his arms. Izumi, soft murmur, kakin. Bakugo, whispering, show. Just rest. As he walked up the steps, the porch light flicked on. Inko, opening the door in her robe, kakin. Oh my, what happened? Bakugo, calmly, she just fell asleep on the ride. She's fine. Inko, placing a hand on her chest, relieved, oh, thank goodness. Please, bring her in. Thank you so much. He stepped inside and carried Izumi up the stairs like she weighed nothing. The hallway was quiet and familiar. He entered her room, setting her down gently on the soft mattress. She stirred faintly, curling into the pillow. Bakugo pulled the blanket over her, tucking her in. Bakugo, softly, rest now you've done enough, Izumi. Inko, behind him, teary-eyed, you've grown into such a good young man, Kakin. Bakugo, turning to her, awkward, I still screw up a lot. Inko, smiling, but you're trying. That's what matters most. He nodded slowly. Bakugo, thank you for raising someone like her. She saved a lot of people, even us. Inko, soft voice, she's always had a big heart. Just needed people who could see it and protect it. Bakugo glanced back at the sleeping girl. Bakugo, quietly, I'll be one of them. I swear it. They stood in silence, watching her breathe softly in her dreams. The morning sun peeked through the curtains as Izumi stirred awake. Her eyes fluttered open. She blinked, realizing she was in her room, tucked under a blanket wearing Kakin's jacket. Izumi, sitting up groggily, Well, how did I get here? She got dressed in her neat teacher uniform and headed downstairs where the smell of breakfast filled the air. Inko was at the table already, humming and flipping through a book. Izumi, Mom, did you bring me to bed last night? Inko, smiling, nope. It was Kakin who carried you all the way up. You were out cold. Izumi, blinking in disbelief, Kakin. He didn't even wake me up. Inko, pouring tea. He said you needed a rest. Tucked you in, even made sure the blanket covered your feet. Izumi sat slowly, taking in the thought. Izumi, quietly, he really did that. Inko, gently, he really cares about you, sweetie. I think he's trying. Izumi, soft smile, picking at her food. I don't know, Mom. It's all been so complicated lately. With the others. With everything. Inko, you don't have to figure it all out now. But don't shut people out just because you're scared. You're allowed to feel. You're allowed to choose peace too. They ate together in comfortable silence after that, the hum of the kitchen softening the weight in Izumi's heart. As she picked up her teacher bag and car keys to leave, Inko, calling out gently, drive safe, sweetheart. Izumi, smiling back at the door, always, Mom. Kindergarten class, the classroom buzzed with excitement. On the whiteboard, colorful letters are spelled. Our dream jobs. The children were sitting in a circle, each holding a paper where they drew their future selves. Izumi, cheerfully, okay, everyone. Who wants to share what they want to be when they grow up? Little Ayumu raised his hand first. Ayumu, grinning, I want to be a doctor, so I can heal people like heroes do. Izumi, that's wonderful. You'd make an amazing doctor, Ayumu. One by one, the children shared, I want to be a hero like Deku. I want to be a teacher like Miss Izumi. A baker, so I can make cupcakes. Izumi clapped for each of them, hearts swelling with joy. Izumi, smiling warmly, you're all incredible. And I believe you can become anything you dream of. Later, parents began arriving to pick up their children. Mother of one student, gratefully, thank you, Miss Midoriya. They've grown so much under your care. Izumi, bowing politely, they're a joy to teach. They'll all be ready for the next step soon. Father of another student, smiling, our son talks about you all the time. Says you're his favorite hero. Izumi's cheeks flushed a little, hand over her heart. Izumi, touched, that's one of the best compliments I've ever received. As the classroom slowly emptied, she looked at the drawings still pinned to the wall. So full of hope, so full of color. Izumi, softly to herself, if only the grown-up world could be as simple. On patrol, the team walked the sunny streets of the city, keeping their eyes open. People smiled and waved at them pro-heroes doing their rounds. Kaminari buzzed around energetically. Kaminari, stretching, man. At this point, I'd even welcome a villain with bad puns. Anything's better than this silence. Bakugo, grumbling, TCH. This is boring. Not even a petty thief today. Kaminari, laughing, come on, man. Maybe it's a good thing. Peace is nice sometimes. Kirishima, yeah. Besides, we're still helping out. Look at Todoroki and Shinso. Todoroki and Shinso were helping a vendor lift heavy crates into a truck. Kirishima joined in to help a child get his balloon from a tree. Shinso, I don't mind this kind of quiet. Todoroki, it's different from fighting, but it still matters. Kaminari, teasing, Bakugo's gonna explode if he has to say have a nice day one more time. Bakugo, say that again. I dare you. They laughed, walking casually through the next block. A sudden crash of groceries hitting the sidewalk snapped them to attention. Izumi, walking briskly in her fitted black pencil skirt and white blouse, had her arms full of boxes and shopping bags. Her heel had caught a crack in the pavement, causing her to lose balance. Cans rolled, fruits bounced, and eggs cracked on the ground. Izumi, panicked, kneeling, no, the vegetables. The eggs dash. She knelt down fast, trying to collect the mess. Her skirt rode up slightly, just enough to draw unwanted attention. Behind her, two men with phones smirked and raised their cameras. Random guy 1, snickering dim in, look at that dash. Random guy 2, snapping a photo, bet the internet would love this. CC teacher vibes. Bakugo, growling, the hell did you just say? His voice cracked like thunder. The group stormed over. Bakugo, grabbing the guy's phone, deleted. Now, Todoroki, ice cold, we saw you. You were filming her without consent. Shinso, darkly, you do realize we're pro-heroes, right? Random guys, panicked, oh, okay. We deleted it. Kirishima blocked their escape until Shinso confirmed the files were gone. Kaminari handed the groceries back to Izumi with an apologetic smile. Izumi, flustered, cheeks red, kakakin. Everyone, I am okay. Really, dash Bakugo, tight tone, you call that okay? You're out here alone, carrying all this CRP, and some creeps are taking pictures of you. Izumi, holding her bag close, I didn't expect anyone to see me like this. Todoroki, gently, there's no shame in needing help, or getting caught in a moment. Kaminari, grinning, you look cool though, like a supermom in heels. Izumi, biting her lip, soft laugh escaping, thanks Bakugo. Watching her, let's walk you home, or wherever you're going. Izumi, nervous, no, it's fine, I can handle it. Bakugo, softly but serious, you shouldn't have to handle it alone. Izumi paused, heart beating fast, looking at them all, surrounding her protectively. Bakugo, don't be so stubborn. Todoroki, let's walk you back. Please. Izumi, hesitant then quietly, okay. They picked up her things, walking with her closely, silent, but full of unspoken warmth. The car stopped in front of the familiar green-roofed house. Bakugo opened the trunk, and the boys helped unload the groceries and boxes. Izumi stepped out, a bit embarrassed, while the boys casually followed her to the door. Inko, opening the door, surprised, oh my. Izumi, you're home, dash, pauses, eyes widening. And you brought the entire squad. Izumi, avoiding eye contact, they just helped. That's all. She quickly entered and rushed toward the bathroom. Inko, chuckling, she's always like that when she's flustered. Please, boys, come inside. Bakugo, carrying the box in, we couldn't just let her walk alone with all this stuff. Those bags were packed. Todoroki, she dropped them too. We helped her pick them up. Kaminari, grinning, and save her from two creeps try to take photos. Bakugo almost exploded. Shinso, dry almost. Kirishima, laughing, he totally exploded. Inko, gasping, oh no. My poor Izumi, thank you all for protecting her. She ushered them to sit, already pouring juice into glasses and offering them cookies. Inko, smiling warmly. You're all such kind. Handsome young men, so polite too. Honestly, I can't help but wonder. Dash leans in slightly, teasing, which one of you will end up marrying my daughter and giving me 10 cute little grandchildren? All 5 boys. Choke Kaminari, W what? 10. Shinso, coughing, ma'am. Dash. Todoroki, wiping juice off his shirt, stunned. Kirishima, that's a whoa. Bakugo, Tisich, W why the hell would you say that all of a sudden? Inko, laughing, I'm just teasing. Or, am I? The boys looked at each other, red-faced and clearly rattled. Their rivalry silently intensified. Minutes later, Izumi stepped out of the hallway, freshly showered, wearing comfy shorts and a t-shirt, drying her damp hair with a towel. Izumi, blinking at the sight of the boys, still sitting, you guys are still here. Inko, from the kitchen, boys, why don't you stay for lunch? I'll cook something special for you. Izumi, quietly to the boys, fake smiling, oh no, now you're trapped. You better run. Bakugo, smirking, why? Scared will make a good impression. Kirishima, grinning, lunch sounds awesome, honestly. Todoroki, it would be rude to decline. Kaminari, homemade food from Aniinko. Jackpot. Shinso, with a deadpan look at Izumi, I don't want to be here either. But this is what happens when you save a classmate. Izumi, muttering, half joking, you guys are the worst. Bakugo leaning back, smug, but you love it. The atmosphere was casual but warm. Despite her annoyance, Izumi couldn't help the way her lips curled into a reluctant smile. Nightfall. In Izumi's bedroom, the moonlight filtered softly through the curtains as Izumi lay in her bed, her breathing steady, but her brows slowly furrowed, her fingers twitching slightly under the sheets. In her dream, the world around her burned. Dark clouds choked the sky, and chaos consumed the streets. Screams echoed. A massive villain loomed, casting a long, twisted shadow. In the center of it all, Izumi, battered, bruised, but standing. She took a final step forward, her energy flaring, a golden blaze erupting from her body as she shouted, "For everyone, I won't let you win." Then, darkness. Izumi gasped, eyes flying open, but she wasn't in her bedroom anymore. She stood in the ethereal glow of the One for All realm. The familiar warmth of past holders surrounded her. Nana Shimura stepped forward, followed by Yoichi, Tashinori's shadow, gently behind. Izumi, confused, afraid, why did I see that? Was that a dream? Is it real? Yoichi, soft but firm, it was a vision, a prophecy, Izumi. Of what's to come. Izumi, whispers, am I going to die again? Nana, with calm resolve, you might. That vision is of your second life's end, should you choose to fight what's coming. Izumi, clutching her chest, but I thought I was given a second chance. Tashinori, appearing beside her, you were. This life is a gift, Izumi, to inspire, to protect, to live. But the embers of One, for all, they're not infinite. Another holder, gravely, if you burn them to their limit against this villain, you may lose your quirk. Or your life. Izumi, eyes trembling, how much time do I have? Nana, placing a hand over her heart, we don't know. But live fully while you can. Share your heart. Make your days matter. The realm shimmered, fading. Yoichi, final words echoing, when the time comes, your heart will know what to do. Izumi gasped awake in her bed, soaked in sweat, tears slipping down her cheeks. She clutched her chest tightly, sobbing into her pillow. Izumi, murmuring to herself, how long, how much time do I have left? The silence of her room gave her no answer. Kindergarten classroom, next morning sunlight danced across the classroom walls as children laughed and played around her. Izumi sat quietly at her desk, checking papers, watching them with a bittersweet smile. One little girl hugged another after sharing crayons. A boy helped his friend who dropped his snack. Joy surrounded her, but her heart felt heavier than ever. Izumi, thinking to herself, they're so full of life, of hope. I wish I could watch them grow longer. She blinked hard, forcing back tears. A few kids came running up to her. Child 1, Sensei, we drew our dream jobs. Look. Child 2, I want to be a hero just like you, Miss Midoriya. Izumi, smiling, voice tight, that's wonderful, you'll be an amazing hero. She knelt, patting their heads gently. Izumi, thinking I can't tell anyone, I won't let this prophecy ruin the moments I have left. She stood, watching the children return to play. The graduation banner was already being prepared. Izumi, quietly, one last memory before it all changes. In America, the darkened skies over New York were pierced by sirens and screams. Tartarus U.S. Facility night floodlights blinked and flickered in panic as klaxons blared. Smoke poured from the gaping hole torn through the main gate. Soldiers lay lifeless or groaning, crushed, torn apart, or simply thrown aside like rag dolls. Heavy, unnatural footsteps echoed through the steel corridors, then silence. Boom! A wall exploded outward. A monstrous figure emerged, nearly 10 feet tall, his skin a patchwork of decayed Nomu tissue and regenerating muscle. His eyes glowed red, and his arms twitched unnaturally, as if fighting his own body's impulses. Then, with a tilt of his head, an entire truck lifted off the ground and slammed into a watchtower, crumpling it like paper. Panicked soldier, radioing, Central, Central. Subject, 09 is loose. It's a hybrid. He's heading towards static. Screams. More pro-heroes rushed in, but the villain didn't even need to touch them. He sent shockwaves and debris flying with his mind, crushing buildings in his wake. No one could stop him. With a powerful leap, he disappeared into the horizon, leaving America behind in chaos. Japan Bakugo's agency, the agency's lounge, was dead silent. Everyone sat or stood stiffly, watching the news broadcast. Reporter, on TV, multiple casualties reported in New York and Chicago. 10 pro-heroes from 5 states have been confirmed dead. The villain, identified only as codename Geist, is considered a Class S threat and has not been located. Experts believe he's moving east, toward the Pacific. The footage cut to the devastation. Burning buildings, cracked highways, emergency shelters overflowing with crying civilians. Achiko covered her mouth. Yaoyorozu gripped her tablet tight. Achiko. Anxiously, he did all that by himself. Yaoyorozu, nodding, a half-known telekinetic that's a disaster-class threat. Kaminari, trying to stay upbeat. Hey, don't panic, right? He's not even in Japan. Might not come here at all. Bakugo, growling, we're not waiting to find out. Ida, get word to the other agencies. We're not wasting time. Ida, firmly right. We'll begin coordination for city-wide drills. Evacuation protocols, supply storage, shelter mapping, everything. Todoroki, serious, I'll notify Endeavor's office. We need international updates in real time. Geist could hit any country next. In the background, Izumi remained seated quietly at the conference table. She was staring at the same news, but her face looked pale. Her hands trembled slightly. She had seen him in her dream. That was the villain. Mina, whispering to Izumi, you okay, Izumi? Izumi, softly, forcing a smile, I'm fine. Just thinking. As the others sprang into action, delegating tasks and prepping protocols, Izumi got up and quietly joined. She offered strategies, gave advice on shelter locations, and agreed to help coordinate hero units for different districts. But in her heart, Izumi, to herself, it's the beginning. That vision, it's coming true. She clenched her fists, forcing herself not to cry. She would help all she could. But when the time came, only she would face him. Later, still inside the Bakugo Hero Agency, the atmosphere had shifted from casual to calculated. Ida, sternly, reporting, I've received confirmation, Bakugo. The JSDF and top-ranking pro-heroes have secured possible international entry points, airports, docks, and sea routes. Patrol drones will monitor the ocean borders. Bakugo, arms crossed, nodding good. No DMN monsters stepping into our country without warning. Todoroki, calm but sharp, Endeavor Agency is already in communication with foreign allies. If Geist makes any move toward Japan, we'll know before he breathes our air. Meanwhile, outside on the streets, Kirishima, Shinso, Achiko, and Yaoyorozu walked their patrol routes in pairs, alert yet friendly. People whispered as they passed by. Civilian 1, whispering, did you hear about that thing in America? They say it crushed an entire hospital alone. Civilian 2, I'm not watching the news. I just want to get through work. If it happens, it happens. Children ran across sidewalks with backpacks. A young boy waved at Kirishima and shouted, you're red, right? My dad says you're the coolest hero. Kirishima grinned, crouched, and gave the boy a fist bump. Kirishima, your dad's got good taste. Little bro, stay strong, okay? In another corner, Achiko overheard a worried mother on her phone. Mother, softly, I know, Mom, I'm scared too. If something happens, we'll pack up and run, just like before. Achiko's face tightened, but she stayed composed. Shinso, quietly to her, they're scared and they should be. Yaoyorozu, softly, but we're here for them. That's why we became heroes. They all nodded, continuing the patrol in silent resolve. At home, Night the TV in the living room played softly. A news anchor recapped updates on the villain known as Geist. But Izumi wasn't watching. She sat curled on the couch, knees drawn in, her thoughts miles away. Her eyes were blank. Her mind echoed with a prophecy. Once you use it, you will be quirkless or dead. Inko hummed in the kitchen, chopping vegetables and stirring a pot. The smell of curry rice filled the room. Inko, calling cheerfully, "Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, sweetie. Did you hear about the reinforced checkpoints today?" Izumi blinked and looked up. Izumi, quietly, "I heard." Inko turned off the stove, stepping into the living room with a dish towel in hand. She looked worried. "Inko, I don't like this. Not again. Not after everything Japan's been through. You think we'll be safe?" Izumi stood up. She crossed the room and suddenly hugged her mother tight. Inko froze in surprise. "Inko, Izumi." Izumi, whispering, "I love you, Mom, so much. Thank you for raising me, for making my dreams come true, for everything." Inko's breath hitched. Inko, softly, "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Izumi, smiling weakly, "I just want to say it, while I can." Inko's eyes welled up. She hugged Izumi back, running a hand through her daughter's hair. Inko, tearfully, "You're the best thing that ever happened to me, Izumi." Neither of them knew how long they stayed like that. But Izumi knew something her mother didn't. Time was ticking. Morning kindergarten graduation day, the auditorium was full of light, streamers, and laughter. Children ran across the stage proudly, each wearing a tiny cap and sash, giggling with joy as their names were called. Announcer Mike, and next, received the Kind Heart Award Aoi Tanaka. The children smiled brightly as they accepted their awards. The proud applause of parents filled the room. In the back, Izumi stood with hands clasped, smiling warmly as each child crossed the stage. Her eyes shimmered. After the ceremony, an awarding parent won, approaching Miss Midoriya, "Thank you for everything. Aoi used to be so shy now, she won't stop talking about how much she loves your class." Parent 2, "My son wants to be a hero, just like Deku. He said it's because of the stories you told." Izumi bowed politely, blinking back tears. Izumi, softly, "They're such wonderful children. I'm lucky I got to teach them." As the ceremony ended, the kids ran to her. Some held small handmade cards. Others carried tiny gifts, flowers, and colorful drawings. Little girl, hugging her, "Miss Midoriya, thank you. I'll miss you." Boy, cheerfully, "Don't cry, sensei. You'll see us again, right?" Izumi crouched to hug them, her heart swelling with love and ache. Izumi, softly, to herself, "I hope so." Midoriya Hero Agency. Later that day, the mood inside the agency was busier than ever. Maps and reports filled the screens. Bakugo barked orders. Todoroki and Kirishima returned from check-ins. Shinso reviewed patrol schedules. Kaminari hovered around Momo's desk, cracking jokes. Izumi entered quietly, watching them from the entrance. "They're so full of life. I should spend whatever time I have left with them, not just waiting for fate." Izumi, calling out, "Hey, can we talk?" The team turned. Bakugo tilted his head. Kaminari grinned. Todoroki, "Sure. What's up?" Izumi stepped forward, brushing her hair back. "Izumi, I've been thinking. We've been preparing, worrying, and working so hard. But none of us knows when this villain will come." They looked at her curiously. Izumi, softly, sincere, maybe we should take some of the time we do have to enjoy life. Spend time together. Laugh. Go out. Just live." There was a pause. Kirishima, grinning, "Wait, you mean like a date? For real?" Izumi, smirking a little maybe, "You've all been patient, kind, and I don't want to leave this world with regrets." Shinso, murmuring, "You okay?" Izumi, quickly, "I'm fine. Just making sure we don't waste the calm before the storm." Kaminari, "I'm in. We could use a break. Bowling, arcade, karaoke." Yamamo, smiling gently, "A shopping trip would be nice." Uraraka, nudging Izumi, "Are you finally joining us for a girls' day?" Izumi, laughing lightly, "I think I'd like that." Bakugo, crossing arms but smiling faintly, "Humph. You better not back out." Izumi, "Wouldn't dream of it, Kaken." They laughed, the agency momentarily filled with hope and anticipation. But in Izumi's heart, a quiet clock was ticking. Girls' day out at the mall buzzed with music and chatter, bright with lights and displays. Izumi walked ahead of the group, wearing a soft smile. Izumi, turning to the girls, today's on me. Whatever you want, clothes, perfume, food, pick it. My treat. Achiko, jaw-dropping, wait, seriously. Mina, grinning, girl, are you okay? You in the lottery or something? Izumi, chuckling, nope. I just want to do something nice for all of you. So enjoy it. The girls squealed with excitement and scattered through the mall, trying on dresses and testing lipsticks. Yamamo, holding a designer purse. Izumi, this one's quite expensive. Izumi, smiling, then it's perfect for you. They laughed and kept shopping. Hagakure twirled in front of a mirror, showing off invisible sparkly shoes. Azui and Jairu tried matching jackets. Mina dragged everyone into a photo booth. Mina, grinning, come on. We need group pics. Candid chaos. Later, they gathered in the food court, trays filled with fries, burgers, and milkshakes. Achiko, chewing, amused, I can't believe you just spoiled us like that. Izumi, smiling softly, I'm just glad I got to see you all smile like this. As they ate and laughed, Izumi stared at them with warmth in her eyes. Hiding the ache, she carried quietly. I hope they'll remember this even when I'm gone. Karaoke night with the boys that evening, a glowing sign read, Loud Mic Karaoke. As Izumi walked in with Kaminari, Mineta, Shiro, Tokoyami, Shoji, Sato, and Koda. Kaminari, elated, this is going to be awesome. Izumi's really treating us. Mineta, grinning, you're spoiling us today, sensei. Izumi, smiling, you all earned it. Go wild. The room filled with music and laughter as Kaminari grabbed the mic for a dramatic pop ballad, complete with over-the-top poses. Mineta jumped in with backup vocals. Shiro, laughing, someone take a video, this is gold. Tokoyami, deep-voiced, I request something darker. Shoji and Sato were quiet but clearly enjoying the snacks, nodding along to the beat. Koda shyly picked a soft song and sang with surprising charm, everyone clapping for him. Izumi joined in with a fun duet with Kaminari, laughing through the lyrics. She looked at them all, her comrades, her students, her boys. Izumi, softly, thank you for always being you. Kaminari, snapping a photo, all right, say karaoke forever. All, laughing karaoke forever. As the shutter clicked, Izumi etched the moment deep in her heart. I want to remember this even if I disappear. First date, morning, the sun glimmered against the glassy waters of the ocean park as Izumi and Shinso stood by the sea lion enclosure. Laughter echoed as the animals clapped their fins for fish treats. Izumi, smiling, tossing a fish, they're so smart and adorable. Shinso, smirking, reminds me of Kaminari when he wants snacks. Izumi giggled. They moved toward the dolphin area and even got to gently touch one as it surfaced, clicking cheerfully. Afterward, they strolled through the long, dim corridor of a giant aquarium. Neon blue wave shimmered over them from the tanks on both sides. Shinso, quietly, you're smiling a lot today. Izumi, because I'm genuinely enjoying this. Shinso, sincerely, I'm glad. I was worried I'd bore you. I'm not exactly the energetic type. Izumi, gently elbowing him. You're not boring, Shinso. You're calm, thoughtful. I feel peaceful around you. They stopped at a bench near a tank filled with glowing jellyfish. Shinso handed her a canned juice as he opened his own, hesitating. Shinso, softly, can I ask something? Izumi, looking at him, of course. Shinso, if you don't have anyone, would you consider being my girlfriend? Silence followed. Izumi's expression softened. She looked at him, her voice calm but sincere. Izumi, Shinso, I care about you. A lot. You're one of my dearest friends. But I've never felt that kind of love for you. Shinso, quietly, I figured. You always look at someone else with different eyes. Izumi, I didn't mean to lead you on. I just wanted to share time with the people I cherish. And you're one of them. Shinso took a long sip of his drink, then nodded with a small smile. Shinso, you don't need to apologize. I'm glad you told me straight. I won't force something that isn't there. Izumi, grateful, thank you for understanding, for being kind. They sat in silence for a bit, watching the slow, graceful movements of the jellyfish in the tank, two friends bound by quiet understanding. Second date afternoon. Lake picnic with Ojiro. The fresh scent of water and trees surrounded the lake. Izumi laughed, holding a fishing rod tightly while it bent toward the water. Izumi, nervous, is it going to pull me in? Ojiro, chuckling, holding her waist supportively, not if I can help it. Just reel it gently. With Ojiro's guidance, Izumi managed to pull up a wriggling fish. She squealed in surprise, then burst out laughing. Ojiro, you did it. That's a good catch. Later, they sat on a picnic blanket. The fresh fish is grilled over a small portable stove nearby. They shared rice ball and tea, relaxing beneath the shade. Ojiro, glancing at her, thanks for spending today with me. Izumi, I had fun. This was really peaceful. Ojiro, blushing, hesitantly, I've been thinking for a while. I like you, Izumi, not just as a friend. Would you consider being my girl? Izumi paused, her heart heavy. She looked at him kindly. Izumi, Ojiro, you're gentle, humble, and brave. Anyone would be lucky to have you. But I don't feel that spark. I've only ever seen you as a very close friend. Ojiro, lowering his eyes, I said, Izumi, I didn't want to hurt you, but I can't pretend something that's not in my heart. You deserve someone who can truly love you the same way. Ojiro, after a pause, nodding, you're right. Thank you for being honest with me. I'd rather hear that than a lie. Izumi, smiling sadly, thank you for being you. You've always made me feel safe. They finished their meal in calm silence. The sounds of birds overhead and the gentle ripple of the lake carrying the bittersweetness of truth and respect between old friends. Third date, noon movie theater with Yoshindo. The ticket counter buzzed with excited chatter as people lined up. Yoshindo, in his casual hoodie and jeans, stood beside Izumi holding 2 tickets. Yoshindo, grinning, got the best seats. Middle row, perfect view. Horror's my favorite, even though I scream like a 5-year-old. Izumi, laughing, you already admitted defeat before it even started. Yo, elbowing her playfully, hey, I might surprise you. As they entered the theater, the lights dimmed and the haunting music began. Izumi sat relaxed, only flinching slightly at the jump scares, while Shindo literally yelped and curled into his seat. Izumi, whispering with a smirk, want to SWCH to a romantic comedy. Yo, whispering back, flustered no? I'm fine. Totally fine. Just, part of the experience. After the movie, they stepped out into the daylight, laughing as they walked down the street with drinks in hand. Yo, I can't believe I embarrassed myself in front of a pro like you. Izumi, you were entertaining. They stopped under the shade of a tree near the plaza fountain. Yo, suddenly serious, hey? Izumi, turning to him, yo, I like you. Not just as a hero or friend. I've watched you, even before we worked together. You inspire people. Even someone like me who hides behind smiles and jokes. I'd be lying if I didn't say I wished for something more. Izumi's smile softened, touched yet pained. Izumi, yo, you're bright. You lighten up every room. You got a good heart. But I don't feel that kind of connection with you. Yo, chuckling sadly, oof. That hit harder than a horror movie jump scare. Izumi, gently, I'm really sorry. I respect you deeply, but I won't pretend to feel something I don't. You deserve someone who loves you back the way you want. Yo, nodding, I get it. It stings, but I still got to share popcorn with you. That's a win in my book. Izumi, laughing, thank you for today, truly. They bumped fists as friends, parting with warm smiles. Fourth date, in I Fancy Dinner, the elegant restaurant sparkled like a galaxy of stars. Crystal chandeliers, mirrors, and golden decor surrounded them. Izumi blinked at the glow. Izumi, teasing, you booked the whole constellation, didn't you? Aoyama, dramatically placing a hand on his chest. But of course, a date under dazzling lights is the only way for moi. They sat down to candlelit dinner, soft music playing in the background. Aoyama talked about his new ventures, fashion ideas, and his new self-discovery. As the dessert arrived, a golden creme brulee. Aoyama looked across the table, sincerity replacing his usual flair. Aoyama, do you remember when I was lost after the truth came out at you? Izumi, softly, I do. I remember the pain in your eyes. The fear. Aoyama, you held your hand out to me. You gave me the light I thought I'd never have again. Not just as a hero, but as a human. Izumi, touched, I only did what anyone should do. Aoyama, you did more. You gave me the courage to face myself. That's why, Izumi, I want to be by your side. He reached across the table, gently taking her hand. Izumi, quietly, Aoyama, you've grown so much. And I'm proud of you. You're one of the brightest souls I've ever met. But what I feel for you isn't romantic. It's a deep, appealing friendship, one I don't ever want to lose. Aoyama, lowering his eyes, then nodding, I see. Then allow me to remain in your constellation, as a loyal star, ever shining for you. Izumi, smiling warmly, I wouldn't want it any other way. They stood and embraced gently before leaving. Aoyama insisted on escorting her home, offering his arm with a smile. Back home, Izumi waved him goodbye before stepping inside. She headed to the bathroom, washed the night away under warm water, and laid in bed. As she stared at the ceiling, her thoughts swirled. Izumi, thinking one by one, I'm making memories with them. But how many more can I still make? Her eyes closed as sleep crept in. 5th 8 morning seaside date with Tetsu. The sound of waves crashing gently on the shore filled the air. The sky was bright and clear, and the scent of salt lingered in the breeze. Izumi and Tetsu walked side by side, sandals digging into the warm sand. A cozy picnic blanket was already laid out, with homemade bento boxes and drinks. Tetsu, grinning, nice view, huh? Thought you could use some peace away from the city. Izumi, smiling softly, it's appealing. Thank you for planning this. They sat down on the blanket. Tetsu handed her a can of juice, then pulled out a small thermos of soup and handed her a bento box. Tetsu, you're amazing, you know that. You teach, protect people, and you still manage to smile even when the world's falling apart. Izumi, blushing faintly, you're giving me too much credit. I just try to do what's right. After they finished their lunch, a comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the rhythmic crash of waves. Tetsu leaned slightly forward, gently taking her hand. Tetsu, more serious, Izumi. I really like you. I admire everything about you. I like to get to know you more. Maybe, if you'd let me, be someone special to you. Izumi looked down at their hands, her expression soft but troubled. Izumi, gently, you're kind, Tetsu, and brave. But I can't return those feelings. I don't think we know each other enough, and even if we did, I still don't think it would change how I feel. Tetsu, pausing, then nodding slowly. You mean, even if we spent more time, it wouldn't become something else? Izumi, quietly, yes. I'm sorry. I see you as a friend, a good one. But not more than that. I don't want to give you false hope or lead you on. Tetsu was silent for a moment, gazing at the ocean, then smiled faintly. Tetsu, I appreciate your honesty. That's one of the things I admire about you, too. It stings, but I'd rather hear the truth than live a lie. Izumi, relieved, thank you for understanding. And thank you for this day. It really meant a lot. They watched the waves in companionable silence, the ocean breeze brushing away the weight of unspoken expectations. 6th date afternoon, the grand halls of the Pro Hero Museum echoed with soft footsteps. Ida walked beside Izumi, guiding her through exhibits filled with historic hero costumes, legendary rescues, and the evolution of support gear. Izumi, in awe, these are amazing. I remember reading about the Silver Sentinel's last stand when I was little. Seeing the actual gear here, it's surreal. Ida, nodding, hand behind his back, I thought you'd appreciate it. Hero history is often overlooked, but it tells us where we came from, what we fought for. They moved through the exhibits, pausing at a large mural of pro heroes in battle. Ida, turning to her, Izumi, I've known you since UA. since the first days of uncertainty and struggle. I've watched you grow, not just in strength, but in spirit. Izumi glanced up at him, sensing the shift in tone. Ida, you're dear to me, as someone who stood by my side. And lately, I began wondering if there might be something more between us. Izumi's eyes widened slightly, then softened. Izumi, Ida, you're one of the most important people in my life. You've always stood for what's right, and you've been there every step of the way. But I see you as my best friend, like a brother, honestly. Ida, nodding slowly, I understand. We've shared battles, responsibilities. Our bond is built on trust and respect, and I would never wish to jeopardize that. Izumi, I'm grateful you feel that way. I couldn't bear losing what we have, not after everything we've been through with Uraraka too. Ida, smiling, though his voice was quiet. Then let's continue being the trio we've always been, with no regrets. Izumi, smiling warmly always. They continued the tour, now with easy smiles and a renewed appreciation for the friendship that had stood the test of war and time. Seventh date, noon amusement park. The amusement park buzzed with laughter, music, and the hum of rides. Kirishima and Izumi walked through the crowded park, cotton candy in one hand and a park map in the other. Kirishima, grinning. Okay, you have to try the Thunder Fawn coaster with me. It's supposed to go upside down 5 times. Izumi, teasing, you sure you can handle that, Mr. Hardening Quirk? Or are you going to scream louder than the kids? Kirishima, please, I'm unbreakable. Bring it on. The coaster zooms by with Izumi laughing and Kirishima pale, clutching the safety bar. Afterward, they stumbled off the ride, Kirishima groaning. Kirishima, staggering, I take it back. I might be breakable internally. Izumi, laughing, do you want a soda or a pillow? They grabbed burgers and fries, then boarded the Ferris wheel. As the cabin lifted slowly, the two sat close, warm sunlight casting a golden hue over the skyline. Kirishima, Izumi, thank you for today. It's been awesome. Really? Izumi, of course, Kirishima. I had fun too. Kirishima, nervously rubbing the back of his neck. I've actually been wanting to tell you something. I really like you. I mean, really. You're strong, kind, you always put others first. That's what I admire most. Izumi looked down at her lap, her smile faltering into a more serious expression. Izumi, gently, Kirishima, I care about you too. You've been one of my strongest, most reliable friends since UA, and I treasure that. But that's all I can feel. Just friendship. Kirishima, quietly, oh. Izumi, I don't want to hurt you or lead you on. You deserve someone who'll love you the way you love them, not someone who can't return those feelings. Kirishima gave her a bittersweet smile, then laughed lightly. Kirishima, hey, a true manly man respects honesty. I appreciate you not sugarcoating it. I'll be okay. Izumi, relieved, thank you for understanding, really. The Ferris will reach the top, and both looked out at the sprawling city, the view stunning. Kirishima, softly still, pretty good date, huh? Izumi, smiling the best. 8th-date night, a father-daughter-like moment. The quiet rooftop of the agency overlooked the city lights. Izumi stood with 2 warm drinks in hand. All Might, in his weakened form, approached her with his usual soft smile. All Might, young Midoriya, or should I say Izumi? It's been a while since we talked like this, hasn't it? Izumi, handing him the drink, it really has. I missed you, All Might Sensei. They sat on a bench, watching the skyline. All Might, sipping, I hear you've been busy. Saving lives, teaching children, breaking hearts apparently. Izumi, blushing, laughing, you heard about that. All Might, teasing, word travels fast when you're the symbol of peace's successor. There was a comfortable silence between them. Izumi, gently, I just wanted to say thank you, All Might, for everything. You changed my life, you made my dream possible. And even now, your presence keeps me strong. All Might, eyes softening. Izumi, I should be thanking you. You took on a burden no one else could have carried. You never backed down, even when the odds were impossible. He looked down, visibly emotional. All Might, I may not have children of my own, but if I ever had a daughter, I would want her to be exactly like you. Izumi, heart full, you already are like a father to me. You are always there, guiding me, supporting me. I love my mom with all my heart, but I think of you as my second dad. All Might wiped a tear from his eye, smiling through the emotion. All Might, that means more to me than I can ever say. You've grown into an incredible woman. I'm so proud of you, Izumi. They sat in silence again, the stars twinkling above them. Izumi, quietly, whatever happens next, I'll carry your legacy with me. Always. All Might, nodding, teary-eyed, and I'll always believe in you. Always. Later evening at Izumi's house, the soft glow of the setting sun spilled into the kitchen as All Might walked Izumi up to her front door. Inko opened it, surprised but pleased. Inko, blinking, Tashinori-san. I didn't expect you to drop by. All Might, smiling, I wanted to make sure Izumi got home safely. Inko, grinning, well, you're always welcome here. Join us for dinner. All Might, bowing slightly, I'd be honored. As Izumi headed off to take a shower and change out of her clothes, All Might stood awkwardly in the kitchen, holding something behind his back. All Might, whispering, I brought you these. He handed Inko a small bouquet of elegant lilies and white carnations. Inko's eyes widened. Inko, blushing, you didn't have to. What if Izumi sees? They both chuckled quietly like guilty teenagers, sneaking glances toward the hallway. All Might, smiling gently, I just wanted to see you smile after such a stressful day. Just then, Izumi walked out of the bathroom in comfy shorts and a hoodie. She froze mid-step when she saw All Might and Inko standing close together. Inko quickly hiding the bouquet behind her back. Izumi, raising an eyebrow. Okay, what exactly is going on here? Izumi stood by the dining table, arms folded, her green eyes narrowing in mock suspicion. All Might and Inko exchanged glances before quietly taking seats across from her. Izumi, you two are hiding something. Spill. Inko looked hesitant. All Might cleared his throat, then gently reached for Inko's hand across the table. Izumi's eyes widened again. All Might, it's true. Inko-san and we've been seeing each other. Quietly. For a few months now. Inko, softly, I wanted to tell you, Izumi. But I didn't know how. I wasn't sure if you were ready. Izumi's expression shifted slowly from surprise to a complicated tangle of emotion. She sat down, processing. Izumi, what about? Dad. Inko sighed deeply, her voice laced with pain. Inko, your father, Hisashi, he's not coming back. He had another family. I found out during the worst time, when you died after the war. I was broken, but Tashinori was there. He supported me. He helped me breathe again. Izumi's lips trembled. She'd always believed her father was just away. She didn't know the truth would sting like this. Izumi, quietly, he cheated. Inko, nodding teary yes. And he divorced me in silence. I was ashamed, but Tashinori healed so much of that pain. He reminded me I still deserve to be loved. Izumi looked over at All Might, her mentor, her idol, the man who gave her the chance to be a hero. His eyes, full of compassion and sincerity, met hers. All Might, I swear to you, Izumi, I will never hurt your mother. Not in any way. I cherish her, and I care about you as if you were my own child. A long pause. Izumi, slowly cracking a smile. So, you're not just my second dad anymore, huh? You're trying to become the official one. They all laughed softly, emotions lifting with the tension now gone. Inko, smiling with tears, only if you're okay with it. Izumi, standing and hugging them both. As long as you two are happy, I'm okay with it. Just don't get all gross and romantic around me, please. All Might, laughing, no promises, my dear girl. The three of them laughed together warmly, and for the first time in a long while, their home felt full of peace, family, and healing. Later, the quiet hum of the refrigerator was the only sound in the house. The night had settled, and after a warm dinner and shared laughter, everything seemed calm. All Might lay on the living room couch, covered with a blanket. He was too tall for it, legs awkwardly hanging off the edge, but there was a soft smile on his sleeping face, peaceful, even youthful in a way. Inko had already gone to bed, her heart lighter now after opening up to Izumi. Izumi, now in her pajamas, stood in the hallway, the dim glow of the night light casting long shadows behind her. She looked at All Might sleeping and smiled faintly. Izumi, softly, "You're good for her, thank you." She turned and stepped quietly into her room, closing the door behind her. Inside her room, Izumi sat on the edge of her bed, staring out of the window. The city lights blinked in the distance, and the faint sounds of life still echoed. Cars, maybe a cat's cry, laughter from faraway apartments. But inside her, silence. She hugged her pillow tightly, pressing her chin against it. Izumi, whispering to herself, "I'm glad. Mom's not alone anymore." Her heart swelled with bittersweet warmth. Izumi, thinking Tashinori-sensei no, All Might. He's been there for me since the start. And now for Mom, too. After all that pain, they both deserve happiness. She blinked slowly, tears brimming in her eyes, unspoken truths pressing against her chest. Izumi, voice cracking slightly, but it's going to break them. She lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. Izumi, thinking once I fulfill the prophecy, once that villain comes, either I'll lose one for all, or I'll die, and they'll be left behind. Tears slid quietly from the corners of her eyes, disappearing into her pillow. Izumi, softly, to herself, "I don't want to hurt them. Not All Might, not Mom, not my friends, not the kids." She turned to her side, curling up slightly. Izumi, continuing, "But what choice do I have? If it means saving everyone, if I don't do it, they'll all be in danger." There was a long pause. She wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Izumi, "I just wish I had more time." Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. A picture notification. A group selfie with Kaminari, Jairu, Achiko, and the others from their karaoke night. She stared at it, then tapped to open more photos from the amusement park with Kirishima, the museum with Ida, the ocean park with Shinso. So many memories packed into a few days. She whispered one last thing before sleep pulled her in. Izumi, "I hope, when the time comes, they'll remember me," smiling. As the moonlight spilled across her floor, Izumi slowly drifted to sleep. Tears still fresh, heart still heavy, but with peace that she was doing everything she could to make every second count. Morning coffee and cats, the quiet hum of the city morning, filled the streets. In a quaint little coffee shop tucked in a corner of a peaceful neighborhood, Todoroki and Izumi sat side by side at a low wooden table. The shop was cozy, lined with bookshelves, soft instrumental music, and a few cats lazily roaming around. A calico cat leapt gently onto Izumi's lap. She laughed softly as another one curled up beside her. Izumi, smiling, "They're so spoiled here, I love it." Todoroki, taking a sip of his coffee, "Kind of like you. You're always surrounded by people who admire you." Izumi blinked, a little surprised, then chuckled. Izumi, "I don't think I'm spoiled." Todoroki, "You are, but you deserve it." She looked away, slightly blushing, as another cat gently pawed at her sleeve. Todoroki glanced at her silently for a moment, then softly spoke. "Todoroki, watching you smile reminds me of the first time I realized I could use my fireside without hate." Izumi looked at him, her smile fading into a soft expression. Todoroki, continuing, "You made me feel like I could become someone better. You helped me understand my power and myself." Izumi, Todoroki Shoto. Izumi blinked, then smiled warmly. Izumi, "Okay, Shoto." They both chuckled lightly, enjoying the warmth of the coffee, the quiet company of the cats, and the soft hush of a moment neither of them wanted to end. At the Todoroki house later, Todoroki invited Izumi to his home. The moment she stepped inside, warmth greeted her not just from the temperature, but from the smiles of the Todoroki family. "Fuyumi, Izumi-chan, I've heard so much about you. Please come in." Rei, smiling softly, "You're very welcome here, Izumi." Endeavor, nodding firmly, "It's good to finally meet the girl my son talks about." Izumi bowed respectfully, cheeks slightly red. "Izumi, thank you for having me." They sat down to a home-cooked lunch made by Fuyumi. As they ate, Natsuo gave Izumi an honest compliment. "Natsuo, you know you're amazing. Not just as a hero, but juggling teaching and still staying grounded. Graceful, strong, and apparently great with kids. Izumi, laughing, I just do my best. Todoroki glanced at her with a faint smile as his family laughed and welcomed her like one of their own. He watched the scene, quietly how effortlessly she fit in, how she brought warmth wherever she went. After lunch, Todoroki walked Izumi to the garden at the back of the house. The air was cool, with birds chirping and soft petals drifting from the cherry tree. He took a deep breath. Todoroki, Izumi, I've kept this to myself for a while. She looked at him. Todoroki, I love you. I've fallen for you. Not just because of what you've done, but because of who you are. Izumi's heart tightened. She looked away for a second, before turning back to him with a sincere gaze. Izumi, gently Shoto, I'm honored. Truly, you're everything someone would want. But I'd be lying if I said I feel the same. Todoroki blinked, the hurt settling behind his eyes, but he nodded. Izumi, I don't want to give you false hope. I care about you deeply, but more as my best friend. I'm sorry. Todoroki paused, then exhaled slowly. Todoroki, softly, if whoever you choose in the future ever hurts you even by accident, you can come to me. I'll always be here. Izumi's eyes filled with tears. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Izumi, thank you, Shoto. You're one of the most important people in my life. He held her for a quiet moment. As she pulled away, he watched her walk toward the gate, small, determined, carrying something invisible and heavy that he couldn't quite touch. He didn't know what it was, but his heart told him she was running out of time. Izumi sat quietly in the back seat of the taxi, watching the city pass by in a blur of color and motion. Her phone vibrated with a message from Kaken. Go to the playground near the old daycare. I left something for you there. Don't ignore it, Deku. Izumi raised an eyebrow, surprised. What's he up to now? The taxi dropped her off at the small, familiar playground. Her eyes scanned the area and immediately caught sight of a small red box resting on a bench. Flower petals formed a soft path leading to it. She opened the box gently and gasped. Inside were two tiny, worn-out shoes. One pair green, the other red and black. A note was tucked between them. Izumi felt her chest tighten. She picked up one of the shoes, running her fingers over its edges. Izumi, whispering to herself, back then, I just wanted to walk with you. She followed the trail of petals, which led her next to an old All Might merchandise shop, a place they both used to visit when they were small. A cardboard cutout of All Might stood proudly near the door. Taped behind it was another note. We got lucky and pulled matching All Might holographic cards here. You cried again. You said it was fate. Izumi chuckled softly, wiping the corner of her eye. Izumi, I said that because it felt like a miracle I never thought you'd actually keep remembering. Izumi followed the last petal trail to the address sent by Bakugo. She blinked as the gate opened to reveal the Bakugo estate, his family's vast, well-kept mansion. The trail led her around to the back garden, and what she saw there left her breathless. A small table stood in the center, elegantly decorated with white roses, candles, and soft golden fairy lights. The garden itself was surrounded by dozens of photos, candids, snapshots from years ago. Some were blurry images from middle school, others were from UA training camps, and some were intimate pictures of her laughing with the kids, sitting with her class, or training under the sunrise. Izumi, a quiet gasp, where did these come from? She stepped closer, eyes glimmering with tears. One photo was of her as a kid, running in the rain, and she remembered Bakugo had been behind her that day. Bakugo, stepping out from behind a tree. I took some of them, stole others. Had Denki hacked the archives once. Izumi turned, startled only to see Kaken in a tailored black suit, his signature messy hair slightly brushed back, and a bouquet of wildflowers in hand. Izumi, shocked, you did all this. Bakugo, gruffly, smirking, Tisich, took me all week. You're lucky I didn't blow the place up from frustration. Izumi, laughing through tears, Kaken, this is Bakugo. Stepping closer, don't say it's too much. You haven't seen what I wanted to do with fireworks. She stared at him, still in awe. Then her eyes returned to the photos. Izumi, you really kept all these years watching me, noticing me. Bakugo, sincerely, I've always been watching. I just sucked at showing it. I thought if I got stronger, maybe someday, I'd be worthy to stand next to you. Not above. Not behind. Beside. Izumi, tearing up, Kaken. He handed her the bouquet. Bakugo, I'm not asking for anything now. Just wanted to show you how much you've meant to me. Even if you walk away after tonight, you'll know. And I'll know I told you. She stepped closer, eyes trembling. Izumi, you idiot, this is too much to hold in my heart right now, Bakugo. Softly, then I'll carry some of it for you. The candles flickered as they stood in the center of that quiet garden of memories, surrounded by laughter frozen in pictures, pain turned into petals, and years of unspoken love finally breaking free. Bakugo gently took Izumi's hand, fingers locking tightly as they walked slowly along the garden path surrounded by hanging photos, soft lights, and memories he'd secretly collected over the years. Izumi, wiping tears, laughing softly. Kaken, when did you even take this one? I was asleep under a tree during training. Bakugo, grinning, had Kirishima cover for me while I snuck the shot. Thought you looked peaceful, like an idiot, but appealing one. Izumi, playfully bumping him, you're such a stalker. Bakugo, smirking, only for you. They stopped in front of a small table with an old picture of them, as kids, taped to a frame. Izumi reached out to touch it. Izumi, quietly, you kept all this time, Bakugo, lowering his voice, because even if I was a shitty friend back then, I never stopped watching. You've always been everything to me, Deku. Izumi turned to him, eyes shimmering under the golden lights. Bakugo pulled out a small remote, clicked a button, and soft music filled the air. Izumi, surprised Kaken. What are you doing? He picked up a small mic from a speaker beside the table, standing in front of her like a stage performer, nervous but proud. Bakugo, awkwardly, don't laugh. I practiced this CRP for a week. The music began a gentle, slow ballad. His voice, rough yet emotional, carried the lyrics with sincerity. He wasn't a professional singer, but the passion in his voice made every word feel alive. The reason. By Hoobastank musical notes, I'm not a perfect person. There's many things I wish I didn't do, but I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found a reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you. Musical notes. Izumi covered her mouth, overwhelmed. His voice cracked slightly, but he kept going, never breaking eye contact with her. Musical notes. I'm sorry that I hurt you. It's something I must live with every day, and all the pain I put you through, I wish that I could take it all away and be the one who catches all your tears. That's why I need you to hear. I found a reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you, and the reason is you, and the reason is you, and the reason is you. I'm not a perfect person. I never meant to do those things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found a reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you. I found a reason to show a side of me you didn't know, a reason for all that I do, and the reason is you. Musical notes. After Bakugo done with singing, he held Izumi's hand. Bakugo, lowering the mic, voice soft, I sang like a damn idiot, but I needed you to hear that from me. He stepped closer, now only inches away. Bakugo, nervously, Deku. Izumi, I've been in love with you since we were kids. I didn't know how to deal with it, so I was a JRK, a loudmouth, a rival. But that was just my pride, scared of how much I needed you. Izumi, quietly, emotional. Kaken. Bakugo, you're brave, smart, kind. You saw something in me when I couldn't even look in a mirror. You made me want to be better. Always have. I want to be the one who fights beside you, protects you, and laughs with you. I want you. Izuku Midoriya, Izumi, gently. Izumi. Bakugo, chuckling, Izumi, will you be mine? All in. No more hiding. Just us. There was a long silence. Izumi looked down, gripping the bouquet in her hands, heart pounding. Memories flashed through her. Kaken yelling, bullying her for crying, shielding her in battle, save her many times, offering a quiet fist bump after training, cheering when she saved someone, waiting patiently outside the school after her long nights teaching. Izumi, finally speaking, voice trembling, I've gone on dates. I tried to see if I could feel something for anyone else. But every time I laughed, or smiled, or missed someone, I realized who I wanted there. She looked up, blushing but strong. Izumi, it's you, Kaken. My heart chose you. I love you. Bakugo's eyes widened, stunned. For a moment, he was completely still, then a rare, bright smile cracked through his usual scowl. Bakugo, voice shaky. Holy SHD, you actually said it. Without another word, he stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace. Bakugo, softly, his voice breaking, you chose me, Deku chose me. Izumi, crying against his chest, I chose you, because I always loved you, I just didn't realize it until now. He lifted her suddenly, bridal style, spinning her around in the garden, laughing loudly. Bakugo, shouting to the night sky, she's mine. She said yes. Izumi's mine, damn it. Izumi, laughing through tears, Kaken. Stop yelling. Bakugo, grinning, I don't care. Let the whole DMN world hear it. He gently placed her down, both still holding each other, bathed in the soft glow of lights, and the warmth of years-long love finally returned. Bakugo, pressing his forehead to hers, I love you so damn much. Izumi, smiling, I love you too, my idiot Kaken. Inside the mansion, Bakugo gently set Izumi down and took her hand again, pulling her with a smirk through the large hallway of his family mansion. Bakugo, my old folks had some business trip to attend, so we got the place to ourselves. Izumi, laughing, you sound way too excited about that. Bakugo, grinning, DMN right I am. I finally get to have you to myself without half the world barging in. They stopped near the stairs. Bakugo tugged her closer, resting his face in the crook of her neck. Bakugo, muffled, you smell good. Always have. Izumi, giggles, squirming, Kaken. That tickles. Bakugo, chuckling, good. I like hearing you laugh like that. He gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, then cupped her cheek, gazing into her eyes with a rare gentleness. His voice dropped to a whisper. Bakugo, can I kiss you? A real one this time, no holding back. Izumi, blushing, smiling yes. Their lips met, first slow and soft, then deeper, longer, warmer. Both hands tangled, pulling each other close. Bakugo, smirking after the kiss. Your lips, they're too soft. It's not fair. Izumi, teasingly, then don't complain and kiss me again. They kissed once more, falling into each other with laughter and joy, like finally finding home after years of waiting. Bakugo led Izumi up to his room, both still flushed and laughing from the excitement and nerves. The moment they reached the bedroom, the kissing resumed slow, unhurried, but filled with emotion. Bakugo, whispering against her lips, if I'm dreaming, don't wake me up. Izumi, softly or not. I'm here. They leaned onto the bed, their kisses growing deeper, hands exploring each other gently. Bakugo paused, breathing heavy, his forehead pressed to hers. Bakugo, Deku, I mean Izumi. If we go further, I want it to mean something. Not just because we're alone or happy, but because it's you, because I love you. Izumi, touching his cheek, I know, and I want this because it's you, Kaken. I trust you. They shared a kiss full of warmth and trust. Clothes were gently loosened, revealing more than just skin vulnerability, closeness, connection. It wasn't rushed or wild, it was slow, full of whispered words and quiet smiles. Bakugo, caressing her hand, you're so DMN appealing. Not just outside, but every piece of you. Izumi, blushing, you always knew how to make my heart race, even when you were yelling. Bakugo, grinning, yeah, while yelling was just covered. This is the real me. They held each other close, making love not just with touch, but through every glance, every whispered, I love you, and every tear of joy. They moved together like two souls who had finally come home. Later, tangled in sheets, in each other's arms, Bakugo kissed her temple. Bakugo, softly, I'll never let you go. Not again. Izumi, resting her head on his chest, you don't have to. I'm yours and I love you. Their fingers interlaced, hearts beating in sync. Next morning, the gentle rays of the sun crept slowly into the room, casting golden lines across the floor and softening the air around Izumi as she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, and she immediately felt the warmth beside her. Bakugo, still fast asleep, his chest rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. She turned on her side, resting her head on her palm, and stared at him silently. His face looked so calm, so unlike his usual scowling self. His hand had found its way near hers, and their fingers lightly touched. She smiled softly, but her heart twisted in pain. Izumi, thinking Kaken, if only you knew. If only I could stay longer. But when the time comes, I'll have to go. I want more mornings like this. I want to grow old with you, with everyone. But the future isn't mine, not really. She reached over and gently brushed the messy tufts of blonde hair away from his forehead. A tear slipped down her cheek. Then she leaned forward and kissed him gently. Izumi, whispering, I love you, Kaken, more than you'll ever know. Bakugo, murmuring groggily, Izumi. His eyes opened slowly, locking with hers. He reached out, fingers brushing the tear on her cheek. Bakugo, softly, are you crying? Izumi, forcing a smile, wiping quickly, no. I'm just happy. That's all. Really. Bakugo, watching her carefully, don't lie. USCK at it. He sat up slightly, cupping her cheek with one hand, pulling her closer to him. His thumb gently wiped another tear away. Bakugo, talk to me, damn it. You're scaring me with that look, Izumi. Quietly, I just have never been this happy, Kaken. Being with you, it feels like everything I ever dreamed of finally came true. Bakugo, then what's with the tears? She hesitated. Her heart screamed to tell him, but her mind whispered not yet. If she told him now, he'd try to stop it. He'd fight fate without hesitation. But some battles weren't his to fight. Izumi, I guess I'm just overwhelmed. I've always been running forward, always surviving, never thought I'd slowed down enough to feel like this. Bakugo, T-Sich, you idiot. He pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. Bakugo, softly, you don't have to run anymore. I'm here now. You got me. Izumi, smiling through tears, I know. And I'm so thankful. Bakugo, smirking slightly, you picked me, nerd. You're stuck with me now. Izumi, laughs quietly, wouldn't want anyone else. She pressed her face into his shoulder, and his arms wrapped tighter around her. Bakugo, we're gonna do everything, you know? More mornings like this. Dumb dates. Training brats. Being annoyingly in love. You and me. Izumi, heart aching, yeah, I'd like that. Bakugo, no. We will. So you better not go anywhere. She closed her eyes, biting her lip to hold back another wave of emotion. Her silence lingered, but Bakugo didn't press. He just held her close. Izumi, thinking I won't let this end here. I'll fight for this until the very last second. Even if I can't win against fate, I'll make every moment with you count. Izumi, softly, promise me. Kaken, if anything happens, you'll keep smiling, okay? Bakugo, scowling, hell no. If something happens to you, I'm blowing up destiny itself. Izumi, smiling through the tears, that sounds like you. They stayed there in silence for a long while, holding on to the morning and to each other as if time could be paused. Because for Izumi, every second matters now. At the agency, the large meeting room in the agency was filled with tension. A digital board displayed multiple monitors showing different sectors across Japan. Reports were being filed every few minutes, alerts popping up like fireflies blinking into existence. Bakugo stood by the window, arms crossed, jaw tense. His eyes flickered between the monitors and his teammates who surrounded the main table. Bakugo, sharply, any sign of that BSDRD from the States yet? Todoroki, seated with a tablet in hand, shook his head. Todoroki, still nothing. He's like a ghost. Every report we've received ends up being a false lead. Ida, adjusting his glasses, we've tapped into U.S. communications and satellite feeds. So far, no pings. Even their agencies have gone dark about it. Someone's covering his tracks. Bakugo, T-Sich. Of course. Cowards hiding like the rat he is. At the corner station, Jairu, Yairozu, Kaminari, Mina, and Kirishima were monitoring emergency lines and scanning GPS signatures. Jairu, still picking up static in the northern region, might be a result of interference. Yairozu, typing rapidly, I've triangulated the affected area with satellite delay readings. It could be the villain's doing, masking his signature. But it's inconclusive. Kaminari, flicking his screen, lots of scared families calling in. Some areas have gone totally silent. Mina, sighing, feels like something big's coming. Like we're being watched. Kirishima, clenching his fists, let him watch. We're not backing down. Meanwhile, outside the agency, the operation was in full swing. Koda, Shoji, Hagakure, Azui, and Sato were helping civilians into UA's fortified transportation vehicles. Sirens blared in the background. Koda gently guided an elderly woman clutching her bag of medicines, nodding reassuringly. Shoji, carrying a young boy, we've got to keep moving. UA's secure. You'll be safe there. Hagakure, visible only by her floating vest, don't worry, ma'am. We'll take care of your husband. Azui, helping load crates, we have medics waiting on standby. Stay calm. Sato, lifting luggage effortlessly, everyone who's boarded please stay inside the marked zones. We're escorting you in shifts. The children looked around nervously. Some cried. Some clung to their parents. The elderly struggled with the weight of memory and loss. Fear hung in the air like fog, but the heroes kept working. In the skies, Izumi, Tokoyami, Shiro, Uraraka, and Shinso flew low across the city ruins. Tokoyami, scanning from the shadows of his wings, third block clear. No movement. Uraraka, speaking into comms, Zone 12 is secure. Moving to 13. Izumi, eyes narrowed, wait there. She pointed to a narrow alley below. Smoke curled from the corner, and two small figures huddled near a dumpster, their parents sprawled nearby, bruised and barely conscious. Izumi, landing fast, hold on. The two children stared up at her with wide, tear-stained faces. Child, crying, please help, mama won't wake up. Izumi, kneeling, I've got you. You're safe now. Shinso and Shiro landed behind her. Shiro, using tape to secure a pathway, got the perimeter. We're good. Shinso, using his scarf, I'll carry the father. Izumi, grabbed the med patch for the mom. As Shinso and Shiro secured the family and evacuated them, Izumi stood watching, heart pounding. Izumi, thinking how many more families are still out there? How many more people could I lose? Later, she arrived at Endeavor's agency, boots clicking with purpose. Inside, Hawks was hovering over a 3D map. Izumi, any updates? Hawks, rubbing his neck, not much. Whoever this guy is, he's got anti-surveillance tech we've never seen. Even our drones can't track him for long. He's not working alone. There's a system behind this. Endeavor, stern, we're deploying the Air Force to monitor the ocean routes. If he enters, we'll know. Izumi, grim, I need to be out there. Every second we wait, Hawks, softly, you're already doing more than anyone, Izumi. Don't burn out. Izumi took a moment. Then she pulled out her phone. Izumi, texting Bakugo, we're running out of time. No trace yet. Everyone's doing their best. I'll be back soon. Almost immediately, a call came in. Bakugo, on the other line, TCH. You better be okay, nerd. Izumi, smiling faintly, I'm fine, Kaken. Just tired. Bakugo, come back here when you're done. I'll cook you something. Izumi, tearing up slightly, I'd like that. Bakugo, quietly, you're not alone. You never were. Izumi, I know. Thanks, Kaken. As she hung up, her grip tightened around the phone. The city was holding its breath. But Izumi, she was ready to protect every piece of it. Izumi returns to Bakugo's agency. The main floor of Bakugo's agency was buzzing with noise monitors flashing updates, hotlines ringing, and team members exchanging calls and info nonstop. Amid the chaos, Izumi quietly stepped in through the side entrance, her gaze scanning the room. She spotted Bakugo, standing near a table, barking orders over his comms, sharp-eyed and focused. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward him and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Izumi, softly Kaken, she kissed his cheek gently. Bakugo blinked, a brief pause in his storm. Then, a smirk spread across his face as he turned and pulled her into a hug, rough and warm. Bakugo, low and teasing, took you long enough, nerd. Gasps erupted across the room. Kirishima, wide-eyed, wait, what? Jairu, Did I just see that right? Kaminari, pointing they're dating. What the wind did this happen? Yairozu, smiling, stunned. Oh wow, I didn't expect that, but they really suit each other. Todoroki, deadpan, looking at Bakugo, don't hurt her. Or cheat. I'll freeze your entire bloodline. Ida, serious, agreed. Izumi Midoriya is not someone to take lightly. Your intentions must be pure. Ojiro, nodding, you mess this up, we're all coming for you. Bakugo, scowling but try not to blush, shut up. I already know how precious she is. Izumi, blushing, smiling, you guys, I'm okay. I chose him. Kirishima, elbowing Bakugo to him, bro. Never thought I'd see the day. Shinso, arms crossed. It all makes sense now. The looks, the tension, the yelling. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere softened, even with all the stress looming above them. But under it all, a layer of concern remained. It was lunchtime, but nobody was truly relaxed. Meals were eaten by computers. CCTVs flickered with live footage from the cities, and trackers blinked on the map as everyone stayed alert. As Izumi shared her lunch with Bakugo, chatting with the others nearby, the door suddenly burst open. All Might entered first. His face was serious, eyes troubled. Right behind him, Inko Midoriya stormed in, eyes swollen from tears, a folded notebook clutched in her hands. Inko, voice shaking Izumi. Everyone froze. Izumi turned, confused. Izumi, Mom, where you dash? Inko rushed to her, crying. She hit her lightly on the shoulder. Inko, why didn't you tell me? Why would you keep something like this? Izumi, tell you what you talking about. All Might, softly, stepping forward, she read your journal. Izumi, the part about the prophecy. About you dying. Gasps filled the room. Drew, whispers, no, Mina, covering her mouth. Wait, what? Inko, sobbing, my baby, my only baby, you were going to die and didn't tell me. How could you? Izumi, eyes wide, tears brimming. I didn't want you to worry. Mom, I just wanted to make the most of my time. Bakugo, voice trembling, time. Wait, what the hell do you mean die? Izumi, what are you saying? Izumi, looking down, there's a prophecy written in one for all's vestige. After defeating this villain, I won't survive. It's what the former users saw. What I saw. Silence. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room. Kirishima, no way. Todoroki, quietly. That's why you went out with each of us. The date's the bonding. Shinso, eyes wide, you were saying goodbye. Ida, taking a shaky step forward. You were preparing us, weren't you? Izumi, tears falling now. I just wanted to leave something warm behind. Smiles. Memories. Not fear. Bakugo, stepping forward, voice cracking. Why didn't you tell me? Damn it, Deku. I could have helped you carry that burden. Izumi, breaking down. I didn't want to make you suffer too. I didn't want to see your heart break. Bakugo, voice fierce, holding her face. Too late. I already love you. You're everything to me. And I'm not letting you die. Prophecy or not. All Might, solemn, will fight it. All of us. We'll find a way. The future can be changed. Inko, hugging Izumi tightly. I'm not losing you again. I won't let you go. The once busy agency now fell into a solemn silence. The mood was heavy, too heavy for even the toughest of pro-heroes to bear. Izumi sat quietly in one corner of the room, her fingers fidgeting in her lap. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, and her gaze was distant. Inko was on her knees in front of her daughter, weeping uncontrollably. Inko, sobbing, please, Izumi, don't talk like that. You can't leave me again, not again. Izumi, voice trembling, Mom, I wish I could change it. But it's the prophecy written in the embers of one for all. When my last ember fades, so will I. All Might, standing beside Inko, clenched his fists. His face was pale, his eyes filled with grief and regret. All Might, quietly, she was given a second chance, just to inspire to say goodbye. Across the room, the others couldn't hold back their emotions anymore. Achiko, voice breaking, no. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We could have done something. Mina, sobbing, you made us laugh again, smile again, we finally had you back, and now you're saying this is goodbye. Hagakure, voice shaking, You're our sunshine, Izumi. You gave us hope. Kaminari, shaking, we just got you back. You're supposed to live, not disappear again. Even Mineta cried in a corner, try not to let anyone see. Izumi, try and smile through tears. I didn't want this, but I've accepted it. I just wanted to spend these last moments loving you all the best way I can. Bakugo, fists clenched so hard they trembled, looked like he could explode from pain. Bakugo, growling no. I won't accept it. I refuse to let this be your fate. Todoroki, coldly serious. We lost her once already. That was enough. Ida, firm. There has to be a way to divert this destiny. We must seek one. Izumi, shaking her head slowly. This is my fate. I was revived for a reason, not to stay, but to help you grow. To be a final light for the new generation. Shinso, gritting his teeth. We don't care about fate. You're not just a symbol. You're family. Kirishima, tears falling. This isn't manly at all. Watching you suffer, and we can't even stop it. Izumi, voice breaking. I love you all, and that love is why I have to go. If I fight it, I'll only bring more danger. Please just cherish the time we have left. The room was filled with sniffles, tears, clenched fists, and broken hearts. But no one spoke after that. A little later, Inko and All Might stood by the doors of the agency. Their bags are packed, ready to return to UA for safety. Inko, through tears, I'm going back, but I don't accept this, Izumi. I never will. All Might, his voice is soft. If there's a way, we'll find it. But for now, we'll protect UA and give you space to fight this battle your way. Izumi simply nodded, too choked up to speak. She watched her mother walk away, knowing full well it might be the last time. As the door shut behind them, she collapsed to her knees. Izumi, whispering, I can't, I'm not ready to leave. Bakugo ran to her and knelt down, grabbing her by the shoulders. Bakugo, furious, teary, then don't leave. Don't say goodbye. I just got to tell you I love you. You can't leave me. Izumi, sobbing, I'm sorry. Kaken, I'm so sorry. Bakugo, pulling her into a tight hug, No, a minute. I won't let this happen. We're gonna fight fate. You hear me? We fight fate together. Todoroki, Achiko, Kirishima, Ida, Shinso, Yamamo, and the others stood around them, each of them breaking down in their own ways. Some cried quietly. Some clenched their fists in rage. Achiko, voice soft, will stay with you, Izumi, until the very end. Todoroki, serious, we don't care what the prophecy says. You're not leaving alone. Izumi, through sobs, I love you all. Thank you for making my final days full of light. The room held together like a heart slowly breaking but beating as one. Suddenly, the shrill scream of the alarm echoed through the agency. Jairu, headphones plugged in, voice sharp, priority alert from first base, massive breach. It's him. The villain's in. Yamamo, wide-eyed, he broke the frontline security. Ida, rushing to the command table, evacuating nearby sectors now. This is it's the real thing. All eyes turned to Izumi, who slowly stood from her seat. She didn't look afraid. She looked calm, resolved. Izumi, quietly, this is my time. I have to go. Bakugo shouted, no. Hell no. You're not doing this alone, Deku. Achiko, stepping forward, tears in her eyes, we just got you back. You can't leave now, not like this. Todoroki, firmly, we can fight with you. Izumi, smiling faintly, you already have all of you. Every day, I spent laughing with you, learning with you, that gave me the strength for this. She stepped back, energy flickering at her feet. Kirishima, gritting his teeth, imminent, Deku, you think we'll let you go without us? Shinso, stepping up, you're not a lone ember anymore. We are the fire. Bakugo, furious, raw, you promised me you said you'd stay. Don't throw yourself away, a minute. Izumi, tears forming but steady, I love you, Kaken. That's why I have to do this. And with a gust of wind, she vanished into the sky, leaving behind silence, desperation, and 5 determined hearts chasing after her. Bakugo, shouting, Deku. Izumi soared across the city like a comet, green lightning trailing her wake. Her heart pounded, but not from fear. As she reached first base, destruction had already begun. Smoke clouded the air, buildings cracked and tilted, and flames licked the sky. A pro-hero was cornered beneath rubble. The towering villain raised its hand, psychic energy swirling. Pro-hero, gasping, help dash. Izumi, roaring, get away from them. Black Whip lashed out, wrapping the villain's wrist and yanking it aside. She blurred in a flash of gear shift, landing a blow to its chest. A blast of Fa, Jean, shot her backward to safety as the villain howled. Villain, growling, the spark dares return. Smoke filled the space as Izumi vanished into it, only her voice echoing. Izumi, you want to end this? Then come for me. She darted from shadow to shadow, attacking high and low, keeping it off balance until suddenly boom. A surge of telekinesis hurled twisted steel beams toward her. Crash! Izumi crashed into the ground, buried under jagged metal. Bakugo, screaming from above Izumi. Boom! Bakugo blasted the debris away as he and the others dropped in like thunder. Todoroki froze the ground to stop a psychic wave. Shinso used his capture cloth to redirect flying rubble, and Tokoyami and Kirishima charged in. Villain, snarling, more sparks, insignificant embers. Bakugo, charging, then burn on this. Izumi, shocked, rising Kaken. You dash. What are you doing here? Bakugo, growling, fierce, you thought I'd let you die alone. Damn it. Izumi, we're in this together. Kirishima, grinning back to back like the old days, yeah? Todoroki, ice rising at his feet. You didn't think we'd let you shoulder this alone, did you? Izumi, eyes tearing up. You guys know it's too dangerous. Shinso, stern, we've made our choice. Tokoyami, dark shadow howling. To fall with you is better than living with regret. Bakugo, stepping beside her. You said you loved me, remember? Then you're stuck with me. Let's finish this together. Izumi, tears streaming, all right. Let's end this. All of us. They turned to face the villain as a team one last stand, together. At the in the UA command center, the lights dimmed except for the sharp glow of the tracking monitors and red alerts pulsing across the screens. Endeavor, Nizu, All Might, Genist, Hawks, and Aizawa stood in silence, eyes locked on the footage of the raging battle. Izumi, small but radiant, was holding the front line. All Might, standing beside a console, clasped his hands together in an almost unconscious prayer. His face was pale, the weight of what he knew pressing heavily on his shoulders. Aizawa, noticing you're trembling. All Might, quietly, she's doing everything she can, even if it means giving up everything. Hawks, brows knitting, what do you mean? Genist, watching the screen, you know something we don't you? All Might finally turned toward them, his voice low and pained. All Might, Izumi, she knew this fight could be her end. The embers of one for all, once they burn out, she goes with them. That's the prophecy she learned from the vestiges. She came back knowing it might be the last time. The room fell completely silent. Nizu whispering, she returned to inspire to say goodbye properly. Endeavor, clenching his fist, she's still just a kid, that's not a burden she should carry alone. Genist, and yet she carries it with her head high. Hawks, stepping back, we're not going to sit around and watch her fate unfold like some tragedy. Endeavor, turning, I'm going. Hawks, Genist, let's go. We back them up. We protect her. Hawks, wings flaring, she's one of us. We can't let her face this alone and sacrifice for all of us. Aizawa, then bring them home. All of them. The three pro-heroes rushed toward the exit, their resolve sharpened. They would not let the flame Izumi lit be snuffed out in silence. Meanwhile, the battlefield at first base was a wasteland of twisted metal and broken terrain. Izumi, bloodied but unyielding, dashed forward through smoke and fire, her voice echoing over the chaos. Izumi, shouting now, hit it together. Bakugo leaped through the smoke, explosions erupting in a chain to break apart the villain's towering metal constructs. Bakugo, you really thought we'd let you take her. You picked the wrong DMN light to snuff out. Todoroki blasted a massive wave of flame toward the side while freezing incoming debris with a flick of his other hand. Todoroki, stay sharp. This thing isn't just strong, it's smart. The villain, shrouded in a cloaking field, loomed like a shadow within the storm of its own making. The steel it summoned took shape, once again reforming, growing larger with every failed attempt to kill Izumi. Izumi, gasping, it's using more than telekinesis, it's evolving. Camouflage, split control, maybe even regeneration. Suddenly, the villain disappeared from sight. A moment later, crack. It reappeared behind her and struck. Izumi screamed, thrown into the rubble. Bakugo, raging Deku. He launched toward her, blasting the enemy off balance, and catching Izumi in his arms before she hit the ground. Bakugo, panicking, didn't it, are you okay? Izumi, panting, nodding. Yeah, thanks, we can't let it reach the city. Todoroki, burning down the rising constructs. It said it wants to kill the light. Shinso, from the side, voice trembling, that light is Izumi. Kirishima, slamming his arms into the ground. Then we're not letting that happen. Not today. The team formed a wall around her. Despite the pain, despite the fear, they stood firm. They would not let Izumi fall. Not to fate, not to the villain, not while they still breathe. Thunder cracked overhead. Smoke and metal shrapnel filled the sky. Boom! A stream of searing fire scorched across the battlefield. Endeavor, Genist, and Hawks crashed into the scene, each landing beside the younger heroes. Their presence immediately shifted the momentum. Endeavor to Bakugo's status. Bakugo, breathing heavily, villain's got telekinesis and some kind of camouflage quirk. Keeps rebuilding the battlefield with metal. We can't pin him down. Genist, extending fibers to catch falling rubble. Then we unravel his chaos, keep the structure steady, isolate the target. Hawks, flying low, I'll scan the perimeter. If he's cloaked, I'll flush him out. As the team split into coordinated attack lines, Izumi rushed forward, dodging flying debris, Black Whip stretching behind her like wings. Izumi, calling, keep the pressure up. Don't give him time to regenerate. Kirishima, slamming a metal pillar away, you got it, Deku. The villain's laugh echoed, disembodied at first. Then boom, a metal beam shot out of nowhere. Bakugo, Endeavor, and Todoroki launched their attacks wide, blowing through piles of debris and smoke. Todoroki, coldly, if he can't hide, he can't strike. Suddenly, Hawks shouted from above. Hawks shouting there, behind Izumi. Izumi turned just in time to meet a crushing strike. She raised her arm, blocked, slid backward from the force. The villain emerged from the fading camouflage. A hulking form melded with jagged metal and a chilling grin. Villain, mocking your persistent little light. So bright, so exhausting. You think you're hope. You're just the last spark before darkness. Izumi, panting, maybe, but I'll burn brighter than anything you've ever faced. They clashed again, lightning and metal ringing across the battlefield. The villain grinned, eyes flaring with a red glow. He launched metallic tendrils around the team, fusing debris into a swirling cyclone of destruction. Endeavor, shouting, watch out, it's pulling in metal from the area. Genus fibers whipped around a collapsing beam, stabilizing it. Kirishima and Shinso worked side by side, clearing a path. Suddenly a tremor beneath their feet. Bakugo, wide-eyed, where's Deku dash? Shinso, alarmed. She's gone. The villain had used the metal storm as a distraction, pulling Izumi into the sky, gripping her with floating constructs. Bakugo, screaming, Deku. He launched forward, but another wave of metal blocked him. Izumi struggled in mid-air, breaking free and flipping backward, crashing with the villain into a cleared, wide-open area, distant from the others. The clouds rolled overhead. Thunder crackled. It was just the two of them. Villain, hovering, just you and me now, vessel. No friends. No safety net. Izumi, lowering herself into a stance, I don't need saving. I've always fought for everyone. Villain, sneering, then let's see how long your flame lasts. He charged, telekinetic strikes were raining from all angles. Izumi twisted, blocked, dodged, and countered with F.A. Jean, Black Whip, and a lightning-fast Detroit smash that tore through the ground. Izumi, shouting, I won't fall, not while they believe in me. The duel ignited, both figures clashing like gods in the storm. The battlefield trembled under the weight of flying metal and roaring flames. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Shinso, Hawks, Endeavor, and Genist were pushing forward side by side. Every strike, every blast, every scream of effort was driven by one goal: reach Izumi. Kirishima, yelling, "This metal just keeps coming." Genist, concentrating, "It's not attacking to kill, it's stalling, keeping us from reaching her." Todoroki, gritting teeth, that villain he knew. He wanted to isolate her. Hawks, scouting above, "She's northeast for 100 meters. There's a crater forming, I can feel the air pressure shift." Bakugo, snapping, "Then stop talking and move." He blasted forward, dodging collapsing beams and crushing walls, his face twisted in fury and fear. Shinso, panting, "Do you think she can handle it?" Bakugo, gritting his teeth, "She's strong, but this is her final fight. I'm not going to let her die alone. Not after everything, not again." Kirishima, shouting, "Then let's tear through this hell together." The squad gave one last push, exploding, burning, tearing through the final wall of metal. The sky cracked with light. A tempest of wind circled the impact zone. Lightning sparked in the clouds. Izumi, covered in bruises and BLD, floated mid-air, arms shaking but still raised. The villain had become a monster, a swirling mass of black steel shaped like a beast, glowing with energy. It lunged toward her with a telekinetic force. Villain, echoing, "You're a ghost fighting fate. You think your bonds can change prophecy." Izumi's hands clenched. Her hair whipped wildly in the wind. Her heart thundered with memories. Inko braiding her hair while humming softly. All Might gives her a proud smile. Todoroki handed her a water bottle during training. Her friends and her student children are loud cheers and fun. Pro heroes, quiet encouragement. Kakin holding her in the morning, whispering he loved her. Tears slid down her cheeks. She smiled. Izumi, softly, "Even if it's fate, I'm not afraid anymore, because I live surrounded by love." Her body surged with light, one for all flaring to its absolute peak. Smoke screen covered the skies. Black Whip spun into steel ropes. F.A. Jean charged her legs. Gear shift made her vanish and reappear mid-strike. Danger sense guided her path. Float kept her dancing in the air. Villain, shouting, "You're nothing but a spark." Izumi, screaming, "Then I'll be a wildfire." With a thunderous cry, United States of Smash. The light engulfed the villain. The metal monster was obliterated. The sound was deafening. A shockwave erupted like a second sun had fallen from the sky. Boom. The impact left a massive crater, dust spiraling into the heavens. Bakugo and the others arrived, only to be thrown back by the wind and energy. Todoroki, covering his face, what the hell was that?" Kirishima, yelling, "That light, that was Deku." Bakugo, screaming, "Deku." They rushed toward the crater, the dust still settling, praying to find her, hoping she was still alive. The clouds parted above you. Hey, light pouring down gently, as if the heavens themselves were paying tribute. In the UA lobby, everything was silent. No cheers, no celebration. All Might stood frozen, eyes locked on the live footage of the battlefield. His hands trembled, breath shallow. Tears silently streamed down his face. All Might whispering, "She did it. She really did it." Aizawa stared at the screen, eyes wide but unblinking. His jaw was clenched, fists tight. Even he couldn't speak. Nizu, softly, that amount of power, it was her final spark. Aizawa, hoarsely, "She gave everything." News broadcast, cheerful voice, breaking news dash. The villain has been defeated by a hero using an incredibly powerful quirk. Citizens are safe, and the evacuation was a success. The broadcast cut to shots of people cheering in shelters. But Izuku Midoriya, standing in a corner, did not cheer. Her face crumpled as she pressed her hand over her mouth, sobbing. Izuku, through tears, "Why? Izumi, why didn't you tell me sooner?" At Bakugo's agency, the TV displayed Izumi's silhouette glowing in the crater. The room was frozen. Achiko dropped her tea. Ida's glasses fell from his face. Mina sat down hard, hands over her mouth. Tokoyami turned away, unable to watch. Yaoyorozu, crying silently, clutched Kaminari's arm. Mineta, trembling, wiped his face again and again. Kaminari, quietly, it was Izumi. Ida, shaken, she fought him alone and won. Achiko, breaking, she knew this would happen and still smiled with us. They all cried tears for their friend, for the hero who bore it all alone, and for the truth they never wanted to face. The battlefield lay in ruins, metal scorched. The ground split, smoke slowly clearing. Bakugo was the first to run forward, dust flying from his boots. Bakugo, yelling Deku, "I'm here. Stay with me." He dropped to his knees at her side. Izumi's body lay motionless, arms slack, her chest rising only barely. Her suit was torn, her knuckles bloodied. Her once bright eyes fluttered open faintly. Izumi, barely audible, cackling. Bakugo, choking, "I'm here. You're okay. We got you. Please don't sleep, okay? Don't you ing dare close your eyes." Izumi's lips trembled, her eyes full of peace. Izumi, softly, "I kept my promise, I protected everyone." Bakugo shook his head violently, tears streaming. Bakugo, screaming, "No. Shut up. You're not done. You said we'd have more time, damn it. I was supposed to protect you, Deku." Todoroki approached slowly, his own hands trembling, face pale. Todoroki, quiet, we weren't fast enough. Shinso, kneeling beside her, whispered, "You always carried everything alone." Kirishima, soft, she gave everything to save everyone. Endeavor, Genist, and Hawk stood back, heads bowed. None could speak. Bakugo clutched her hand, pressing it to his forehead. "Don't go, I never got to say it properly. Don't leave me." Deku, Izumi. A few more tears slipped down Izumi's cheek. Izumi, barely audible, "Thank you for loving me, Kakin." Her hand fell limp. Bakugo screamed. Bakugo, sobbing, Izumi, "Wake up." Everyone broke. The crater wasn't just where the villain fell, it became the place where a hero's final light dimmed. But the world would never forget her glow. The wind was still, not even a breeze. Bakugo knelt in the crater, his arms wrapped tightly around Izumi's limp body, his face pressed into her shoulder as quiet sobs racked his chest. Bakugo, voice shaking, whispering, "We were supposed to grow old, you idiot. Why did you carry it all alone?" He rocked gently, still holding her, as if the motion might wake her. Flashbacks flood his mind. Izumi, smiling across the table at their first real date, their late-night rooftop talks, the moment they finally admitted their love, how her fingers trembled but her eyes stayed brave. Genist took a tentative step forward, voice low but respectful. "Genist, Bakugo will need to bring her back. Start preparations." Bakugo, low. "Empty." No, he didn't look up. His tears dripped on her bloodied hero suit. Bakugo, barely above a whisper, "She's still warm, she's just tired. She always overdoes it." Todoroki, Shinso, and Kirishima stood behind him, their eyes red, throats dry from holding back cries. Shinso, softly, "She really meant it. That she'd go out smiling." Todoroki, "She didn't deserve this. Not again." Kirishima, choked up, "She gave us time. Her light made us stronger." Bakugo, finally raising his face, gently kissed Izumi's forehead. Bakugo, sobbing, I love you, you stubborn nerd." He cupped her cheeks, as if willing her to respond. Her expression was peaceful like a sleeping angel, just resting. Bakugo, whispering, "Please just open your eyes," but she didn't. He swallowed hard, tears dripping down his chin. Then, with slow reverence, he slid one arm beneath her knees and the other under her back, gently lifting her in a bridal carry. No one said a word. Bakugo, face hollow, eyes blank, began walking out of the wreckage. Behind him, Todoroki, Shinso, and Kirishima followed. Quiet, broken. Later outside Bakugo's agency, the crowd had grown. Achiko, Ida, Kaminari, Mina, Mineta, Siro, Koda, Sato, and others stood silently, waiting. All Might, Inko, and other pro-heroes stood at the front. No one spoke. When they saw Bakugo emerge from the smoke carrying Izumi's still, pale body, her curls falling over his arms, gasps and cries echoed. Achiko covered her mouth, tears falling instantly. Mina collapsed to her knees. Ida stiffened, lowering his head. Tokoyami turned away, fists clenched. Inko, horrified, trembling, "No, no, no, no." She ran forward, falling to her knees beside Bakugo as he gently lay Izumi down on the soft grass. Inko, sobbing, "My baby, my sweet girl," All Might, quiet but visibly trembling, dropped beside her. He touched Izumi's hand gently. His voice broke. "All Might." She kept her promise. She saved them all. His shoulders shook as he began to cry harder than anyone had ever seen him. Achiko, Yarozu, and Kaminari knelt around them, reaching out to touch her hands, her shoulders, just to feel her one last time. Achiko, barely holding it together, she smiled right before she flew off. Kaminari, breaking, "She gave us her best days, even when she was dying." Bakugo stood over them, body swaying slightly. Kirishima and Mina wrapped their arms around him, holding him together. Bakugo, whispering, hoarse, "She was mine, and I couldn't protect her." Genist, Endeavor, and Hawks lowered their heads in silence. The city was saved. The villain was gone. But so was the heart of the new generation. And in that moment, amid the soft wind and the quiet sobs, the weight of heroism had never felt so heavy. In a boundless white space, Izumi stood barefoot, her green curls floating lightly as if suspended in calm air. Before her stood the silhouettes of the previous one, for all users, warm, glowing, and serene. Izumi, softly, "So this is it. Am I gone?" Nana Shimura, smiling gently, "No, child. You fulfilled your mission." First Holder, calmly, "The embers of one for all have faded, but you are still alive." Izumi's eyes widened, tears beginning to form. "Izumi, then it's really gone." A younger version of All Might appeared beside her, offering a warm nod. First Holder, softly, "Yes, Izumi. You gave everything you had. The last spark has gone to save not just the world, but the future." One by one, the vestiges smiled and faded into beams of light, disappearing into the calm void. Nana, final words echoing, "You lived with courage. You said goodbye, and now it's our turn to thank you." As the last ember disappeared, Izumi's body began to glow softly, fading from the realm. Back in the real world, under the glowing golden sky, Inko held Izumi close to her chest, her hands trembling. All Might's massive hands carefully cradled Izumi's wrist, checking her pulse again and again. All Might, suddenly, eyes widening, "Wait, her pulse, she's alive. She's still with us." Everyone froze. Achiko, what did you say?" All Might, choking up, "She's alive. She's breathing." Bakugo's eyes flew open. He stumbled forward, nearly tripping over his feet as he knelt, pressed his ear to her chest, his hands shaking. Bakugo, voice cracking, she's breathing, dash. Izumi's fingers twitched. Then, slowly her eyes fluttered open, their gentle green hue flickering beneath the sun. Izumi, groggy, smiling faintly, Kaken. "Everyone." Bakugo let out a half-laugh, half-sob, grabbing her into a hug. Bakugo, crying, "Vivian, nerd, you scared the hell out of us." Todoroki, Kirishima, Shinso, and Achiko all broke down crying with relief. Izumi, weakly hugging him back. "It's gone, one for all, it's gone. I'm Quirkless now." Everyone went quiet. Then, Ida stepped forward, kneeling beside her. "Ida, firmly, you saved millions. You're a true hero, Quirk, or not." Achiko, "You were always our hero, Izumi." Mina, smiling through tears, "Number one in our hearts." Inko gently held her daughter, sobbing with joy. All Might's tears dripped silently onto her shoulder, overcome with pride and love. Bakugo, eyes red but smiling, looked into Izumi's eyes. Bakugo, softly, "You lived, you kept your promise." Izumi, smiling softly, weakly, "I guess I wasn't ready to say goodbye, not yet." They all laughed and cried together, surrounding her with warmth, love, and hope. Genist, Endeavor, and Hawk stood back, arms crossed, smiling with quiet pride. Genist, murmuring, she may be quirkless now, but she's more heroic than anyone I've seen. UA Classroom 2A. The sun bathed the classroom in golden warmth. Izumi Midoriya, dressed in the neat uniform of a UA teacher, stood before a group of new students. Whispers echoed through the room. Male student 1, whispering, "That's really her, the one who defeated the telekinetic villain alone." Male student 2, blushing, "She's so appealing, like a goddess." Female student, "She's the quirkless hero, and she's teaching us." Among the students, Kota, now 16, sat up straight. His expression was proud not just of her strength, but of the bond they shared. Izumi, smiling warmly, "My name is Midoriya-sensei, and I'll be guiding you through the new school year. Let's all work hard to become the kind of people heroes can rely on." The class clapped, whispering among themselves about the legendary hero, some awed, some skeptical. Kota, grinning, "They don't know how lucky they are." Later, as the bell rang and students filed out, Kota stayed behind. After class, Kota, "I really thought I lost you back then." "We all did." Izumi, softly, "I lost everything, but somehow I was given one more day. One more life. I'm quirkless now, Kota." Kota, grinning, "Doesn't matter. You're still the strongest person I know. And if any of these kids start acting up, I've got your back." Izumi chuckled, pride shining in her eyes. "Izumi, you've grown into someone I'm really proud of." UA Faculty Lounge lunchtime. The UA staff room buzzed with casual chatter and clinking cups. Aizawa, present Mike, All Might, and Samantha sat at their usual table when Izumi walked in, carrying her lunch tray. "Present Mike, well, look who finally decided to join the grown-ups." Izumi, grinning, "I figured it's about time." She took a seat beside Aizawa, who gave her a quiet glance. "Aizawa, you haven't changed. Still have that determined look in your eye. You're still that same kid who cried while charging at danger." Izumi, smiling, "I've just got better posture now." All Might chuckled as he sipped his tea. All Might, "Midoriya, my boy or girl, you've managed to gather the following. The way those male students were turning red when you walked past, don't think I didn't notice." Izumi, blushing, "Tea, that's just respect, right?" Present Mike, grinning, "Nah, they're head over heels. You're not just brave, Izumi, you've got that rare kind of beauty that comes from everything you've endured." Cementos nodded. "Cementos, they don't just admire the way you look. They admire the way you lived and how you kept going." Izumi's eyes softened, touched by their words. "Izumi, I'm not a hero anymore. I can't fight like I used to." "Aizawa, you're still fighting. Every time you teach, every time you walk these halls, you're shaping the future." All Might smiled proudly. "All Might, you were always meant to lead. Now you lead the next generation." They shared a quiet moment, united not by quirks but by the path they all walked, and the legacy Izumi now carried forward. The bell rang, and the students of Class 2A slowly settled into their seats. Izumi Midoriya, now in her official teacher's uniform, stood confidently at the front of the room, smiling as she began her lesson on heroic decision-making and moral responsibility in high-risk missions. She asked a question, looking around the class. "Izumi, can anyone tell me the 3 critical steps a hero should take before engaging a villain with an unknown quirk?" The classroom fell into an awkward silence. Students glanced at each other, avoiding her gaze. Izumi, gently, "How about you, Eri-san?" A quiet girl with lavender bangs sat upright, tense. Her hands trembled slightly. "Eri, I don't know. Sensei, I am sorry." She looked down, bracing for disappointment or reprimand. Instead, Izumi's smile only softened. "Izumi, warmly, it's okay. That's why we're here to learn. Please sit back. I'll walk everyone through it." Izumi turned to the board and began drawing a scenario diagram, step by step. She broke down the process into simple, relatable parts: assessment, containment, communication. "Izumi, every hero started by not knowing something. What matters is the will to learn and never give up. I failed more times than I can count, but those failures taught me how to stand." The classroom grew quiet, focused. Even the students who normally slouched in their seats sat upright, eyes locked on her. As the lesson ended, hands started raising. Curiosity sparked. Engagement bloomed. Izumi, smiling brightly, perfect. Now we're getting somewhere. Class was over. Izumi finished organizing the last of her papers, placing her folders and attendance sheet carefully into a box. She slung her bag over her shoulder and stepped out of the staff room, walking toward the main gate. When she reached it, she stopped in her tracks. Bakugo Katsuki stood there, leaning against a sleek black car, arms crossed, and an impatient look on his face. Izumi, blinking Kaken. What are you doing here? Bakugo, gruffly. Did you seriously think I'd let you walk all the way home after a full day of dealing with brats? He took a few steps forward and sniffed the air dramatically. Bakugo, it still smells like cinnamon and strawberries. How the hell do you stay that sweet all day? Izumi, laughing. Maybe it's just part of being an amazing teacher. She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. He turned a bit pink, but smirked. Izumi, you didn't have to dash Bakugo, cutting in. Yeah, I did. Let me carry that. He grabbed the box from her arms before she could protest and walked her to the passenger side, opening the car door like a gentleman. Izumi, softly, you're really getting good at this boyfriend thing. Bakugo, grinning, tch. I better be. Got the best girl in the DMN world. I'm not letting her go. They drove off as the orange sunlight washed over the city. The car was filled with quiet music, shared glances, and peace, something they had both fought too long to finally earn. Izumi, gazing at the sky. It's kind of funny, I thought my story ended when I lost one for all, but maybe it's just beginning. Bakugo, softly, it never ended, dumb nerd. You're just writing the second chapter. They both smiled, the road ahead long but filled with hope. In front of Midoriya residence, the car slowed to a stop in front of the familiar green-roofed home. Bakugo hopped out and immediately walked over to Izumi's side, opening the door with one hand and offering the other to help her out. Bakugo, come on, nerd. Let's get this stuff inside before you trip on your own feet. Izumi, rolling her eyes with a smile. Thanks, Gentleman Kaken. He grabbed the box of papers and slung her bag over his shoulder as they headed toward the door. The moment it opened, Izuku Midoriya from the hallway. Izumi. Oh, you're back. Oh my. She froze in surprise, seeing Bakugo standing there in casual clothes, carrying her daughter's things like a reliable boyfriend. Izumi, a little shy mom. We're dating now. Izuku, gasping, then beaming, oh my heavens. Finally. She hurried over and clapped her hands joyfully, then pulled Bakugo into the house. Izuku, come in. I'll make dinner, no arguments. And don't just stand there. Katsuki, call me mom if you're going to be part of the family. Izumi, laughing quietly, she's not holding back at all. Bakugo, grumbling but smiling, tch. I see where you get it from, DMN nerd. Midoriya, dining room, evening plates of pork katsu, rice, and warm miso soup filled the table. Bakugo, Izumi, and Izuku sat together, laughter occasionally spilling out. It was warm, easy, family. Just as Bakugo was taking a sip of water, door opens. All Might, Tashinori, in casual wear, I'm home. He walked in, gently kissed Izuku on the forehead with a fond smile, setting down a bag of groceries. Bakugo, choking what? He nearly dropped his chopsticks. Bakugo, what the hell, what was that? Izumi, wheezing from laughter. Kaken, calm down. Izuku, giggling, it's been a while now, dear. We got married quietly during your work days. All Might, smiling, technically, I'm Izumi's stepfather now. Surprise. Bakugo, leaning back, processing, so let me get this straight, All Might is my girlfriend's dad now. He paused, then smirked. Bakugo, grinning, not bad. I've got the symbol of peace as a father-in-law. That's kind of badass. Everyone laughed, and the air lightened. Izuku, softening, but Katsuki, seriously, if you ever hurt my daughter Dash, All Might, lightly I'll come after you. Hero license or not. Bakugo, serious, gripping Izumi's hand. I'd never hurt her. Not in this lifetime or the next. I'll protect her, keep her smiling, and I'll never let her feel alone again. Izumi, blushing, heartful. Kaken, All Might, nodding, that's all we could ask. They all continued the meal, laughter returning, warmth lingering in every corner of the home. The past was heavy, but the future, it looked brighter than ever. Morning Bakugo residence. Bakugo Mansion. Izumi stood in front of the massive Bakugo estate, taking a breath before ringing the bell. The gate opened automatically, and Katsuki walked out with a confident smirk. Bakugo, stop overthinking it. They're not going to bite. Izumi, nervously smoothing her hair. I know. This is a big deal, Kaken. Bakugo, gently nudging her. It's just my crazy mom and chill dad. You've faced villains worse than this. They entered, and soon enough, Mitsuki, storming out of the kitchen in slippers. Katsuki. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Izumi, sweetheart, come in finally. She pulled Izumi into a tight hug, dragging her inside. Masaru followed calmly, smiling. Masu, to Bakugo, raising an eyebrow, you sure about this, son? Relationships take more than feelings. Bakugo, without hesitation, I'm sure. I'll protect her, support her, and stay beside her no matter what. Masaru nodded, proud. In the living room, Mitsuki pulled out a big album, flipping it open. Mitsuki, look at this chubby-cheeked demon Katsuki at 6 months. And oh, the one where he cried because his ice cream fell. Izumi, laughing, hands over her mouth. Ah, Kaken, you were adorable. Bakugo, horrified. Oi, Mom, stop showing that stuff. Mitsuki, grinning, too late, baby boy. Katsuki lunged for the album, chasing Mitsuki around the couch while Masaru and Izumi burst into laughter. Masaru, chuckling, this is our daily drama show. Afternoon Bakugo dining room. Mitsuki placed a fresh apple pie on the table along with tea and rice crackers. Izumi took a bite and lit up. Izumi, this is amazing. It's so soft and sweet. Bakugo, deadpan, tastes like disappointment and burnt apples. Mitsuki, bonking him on the head with a spoon, say that again and I'll serve you expired wasabi. Bakugo, grumbling, rubbing his head, she's trying to kill me in front of my girlfriend Masaru. Smiling, that's just their language. Mother and son style of saying, I love you. Izumi giggled, then asked curiously, Izumi, Mr. Masaru, how did you handle Annie Mitsuki's impassion? Masaru, smiling fondly, with love, patience, and noise-canceling headphones. Mitsuki, smirking, and he still married me. Masaru, best choice I ever made. You just need to listen deeper than the yelling. She loves loud, but it's real. Izumi, softly. That's appealing. It reminds me of how I feel about Kaken. Katsuki looked at her, quietly touched. Mitsuki, leaning in, I like this one, Katsuki. You better keep her. Bakugo, blushing, looking down at his plate, I plan to. Laughter and warmth filled the room. The sounds of a new family forming, built not just by BLD, but by loyalty, history, and love. By the sea, the golden light of the setting sun painted the horizon as Izumi and Bakugo walked barefoot along the seaside, fingers interlocked. The waves gently lapped at the shore, and the breeze tousled Izumi's hair softly. Izumi, smiling but thoughtful, Kaken, what if something happens to me again? I don't have a quirk anymore. I can't fight like I used to. I'm not the same. Bakugo, stopping and gently turning her to face him. You're still you. Quirk or not, you're still strong, still brave in mine. He softly brushed her cheek with his thumb. Bakugo, serious. I told you before, I'll protect you for the rest of our lives. You've protected everyone else for so long now. It's my turn. Izumi's eyes shimmered, overwhelmed by his sincerity. Then Bakugo slowly knelt down on one knee, pulling out a simple but stunning ring from his jacket pocket. Bakugo, looking up at her, voice low and firm, Midoriya, Izumi, marry me. Tears slipped down Izumi's cheeks as she gasped softly, hands over her mouth. Izumi, choked up, yes, yes, Kaken. Bakugo smiled genuinely for once, sliding the ring on her finger. She fell into his arms, and they kissed deep and passionate against the sound of crashing waves and a glowing sky. Afternoon back at the agency, Bakugo strode in with Izumi beside him, holding her hand like a medal. They entered the meeting room, filled with their usual crew. Bakugo, grinning, loud and proud were engaged losers. Mineta, shrieking HUH. Aichi scored for life dash Mina, squealing, OMG. I knew it. Power couple of the century. Achiko, teary-eyed but smiling. I'm so happy for you, Izumi Kaminari, grinning. Bakugo's officially whipped now. Bakugo, grumbling, I've always been serious about her, you dorks. Kirishima, patting Bakugo's back. You better protect her with everything you've got, bro. Todoroki, calmly, I expect a very chilled wedding invite. Shinso, nodding with a rare smile, she deserves the best. You better not mess this up. Ida, adjusting his glasses, emotional, an excellent and noble union. I offer my full support. Izumi chuckled as she glanced at Bakugo, her heart full. Izumi, I guess you're stuck with me now, hero. Bakugo, grinning and leaning in gladly. He kissed her again, short and sweet this time, and the room exploded with cheers, whistles, and dramatic reactions. Kaminari, they're kissing again. Guys, they're kissing again. Mineta, on the floor, I'm not okay. The moment was loud, chaotic, and filled with love, the perfect kind of celebration. Evening set in softly around Bakugo's luxurious mansion. Its interior is warmly lit. The Midoriyas arrived, Inko carrying a gift basket, and All Might in a suit far more relaxed than his usual heroic attire. They were greeted with open arms by Mitsuki and Masaru. Mitsuki, hugging Inko tightly. Inko, I can't believe our kids are finally doing it, getting married. Can you believe it? Inko, teary-eyed, smiling. I knew it deep down, she's loved Katsuki since they were little. Masaru, to All Might, good to see you again. I guess we'll be family now, huh? All Might, chuckling, looks like it. Who would have thought this day would come? Mitsuki, nudging All Might, well, now you're officially the father-in-law. Better keep that muscle head of a son-in-law in line. They all laughed warmly as the parents moved to the living room, discussing everything from the ceremony to honeymoon destinations. Meanwhile, in the garden, Katsuki and Izumi walked through the garden path behind the mansion, the moonlight casting silver glows on the flowers. He held her hand, refusing to let go even for a second. Bakugo, grinning slightly, hard to believe this is real, huh? Izumi, soft laugh. It feels like a dream. I thought I'd never have this after everything. Bakugo, you earned it. After all you've been through, you deserve peace. Happiness. And DM in it, you deserve me. Izumi, chuckling, oh. Confident much. Bakugo, grinning wider, hell yeah. And I'm gonna give you everything. A big butt house. A calm, safe life. No villains. No DMN danger. Just you and me. Izumi, blushing, that sounds perfect. Bakugo, teasing, and kids. Lots of them. I want like 5. Izumi, laughs and nudges him with her elbow, Kaken. We're not even married yet. Bakugo, doesn't mean I can't plan ahead. A whole little army of explosive nerds. Imagine it, little brats running around with your freckles and my temper. Izumi, giggling. You mean my kindness and your stubbornness. Bakugo, smirking, as long as they have your smile, I'm good. Izumi stopped walking, touched by his words. She looked into his eyes, holding his hand tighter. Izumi, softly, I still can't believe I get to marry you. Bakugo, whispering, you better believe it. Soon, we're going to be Mrs. Bakugo, and I'm never letting you go. Izumi, Mrs. Bakugo sounds kind of powerful. Bakugo, smirking, DMN, right it does. You're about to be the strongest Bakugo alive. They leaned into each other and kissed gently, slowly, and sincerely. The future, no longer uncertain, felt bright and warm in that moment. Morning sun barely lit the skyline as pro-heroes prepared for a rescue mission. A convoy of villain vehicles was spotted fleeing from an underground lab. Inside the lead truck were terrified children, all snatched for their powerful quirks. Child, crying, please, I want to go home. Villain, angrily, shut up. We need you brats for testing. Do you know what your quirks are worth? Meanwhile, Hawks, flying high above, used his sharp eyesight to locate the fleeing vehicle. Hawks, into comms, found the truck. Moving fast, westbound on Route 7. Let's clip their wings. Endeavor, firmly, team, move in. We stop them here and now. Bakugo, firing his gauntlets. TCH, finally some DMN action. I'm not letting them hurt a single kid. Todoroki, focused, let's create a blockade. We cut off the road. Shinso, in earpiece, I'll control the drivers if I can get a clean line of command. Tokoyami, cover me. Tokoyami, dark shadow glowing with pleasure. Let the darkness swallow them. They moved quickly, sharp and synchronized like a true strike team. The truck rattled, the children inside, now screaming louder, hoping someone would hear. Suddenly Todoroki skated ahead, unleashing a wall of thick, crystalline ice, bringing the truck to a screeching halt. Villain panicked what the dash. Before they could turn or retreat, Bakugo and Endeavor landed like meteor strikes, their combined firepower blasting the road ahead. Bakugo, exploding in, touch one more kid, and I'll blow your whole operation to hell. Endeavor, burning bright, surrender, or be reduced to ash. As Bakugo and Endeavor subdued the villains, Hawks swooped down to the rear of the truck, flaring his wings. Hawks, to the children. Hey kiddos, field trips are over. You're safe now. Tokoyami helped pull the children out one by one, wrapping his cloak around the cold and frightened ones. Shinso, calmly, you're okay now. No one's going to hurt you anymore. Child, tearing up. You came to save us, Tokoyami. We always will. Police sirens flared in the distance. Ambulances pulled up as the children were gently carried to safety. The villains were cuffed and dragged away. Police chief, to Endeavor, we can't thank you enough. These kids, we don't know what they would have done to them. Endeavor, they'll never get the chance again. Meanwhile, at UA faculty, Izumi sat at her desk, still grading papers, but the breaking news broadcast played in the background. She stopped everything when she saw the scene. Reporter, thanks to an elite team of pro heroes including Endeavor, Hawks, Bakugo, and Todoroki, an illegal quirk experiment ring has been brought down. Over 20 children were rescued from what authorities are calling a horrifying operation. The footage showed Bakugo fiercely protecting a kid who clung to his leg. Todoroki melting away ice for better access. Hawks flying above like a guardian angel. Izumi, hand on her heart, smiling Kakin, she wiped a tear away, overwhelmed with pride. Izumi, softly to herself, you're already a hero, but you're still becoming an even better one, and I get to marry you. She turned off the TV, smiled gently, and whispered, Izumi, our future's in good hands. The school bell had a long rung, the sun hanging lazily over the skyline as 6 young women walked into the largest mall in Mizutofu. They chatted, laughed, and admired the wedding accessories in one of the store windows. Mina, hugging Izumi's arm, eek. I still can't believe you're getting married, Izumi. I'm going to sob when I see you in that dress. Izumi, blushing, you're already tearing up just thinking about it. Yaoyorozu, with a clipboard, Mina and I will handle the decorations. I've already drawn up color palettes and floral arrangement options. Hagakure, cheerfully, and I'll help place things just right on the wedding day. I'm invisible and precise. Azui, calmly ribbit. Jairu, Achiko, and I will take care of handing out invitations. We'll be quick about it. Jairu, smirking, and I'll make sure the music at the reception is killer. I've got a playlist that'll melt hearts. Achiko, grinning, this wedding's going to be appealing, Izumi. I can't wait to see your face when you walk down that aisle. Izumi, giggling, holding her friend's hands, thank you guys. I'm really lucky to have you all, I mean it. The girls split up briefly, Achiko trying on sporty new shorts and shirts, twirling in front of Izumi for feedback. Achiko, hey Izumi, which one looks better, the blue or the maroon? Izumi, playfully blue. Bring out your eyes. Mina, holding a sparkly pink dress, this is so me. Think Katsuki's gonna notice if I steal the spotlight. Hagakure, laughing, you're invisible half the time. You already do. Yamamo and Jairu compared heels, one set elegant, the other edgy. Joe, these'll destroy my feet, but totally worth it. Yamamo, pain is temporary. Style is eternal. After hauling their bags, they made their way to the food court, claiming a table and ordering burgers, fries, and pasta. Laughter echoed as they dug into their food. Izumi, chewing thoughtfully, I haven't had pasta like this in forever. Reminds me of our first-class trip. Mina, wiping ketchup from her mouth, where Bakugo wouldn't shut up the whole train ride. Classic. Gyro. And Izumi kept blushing every time he glared at someone. You had it bad. Izumi, lightly smacking Gyro's arm. Oh, come on. As they laughed, a man at a nearby table began watching them too closely. He smirked, winked, and leaned in, his gaze lingering on Izumi's legs beneath her skirt. Mina, noticing ugh. Creep alert at 3 o'clock. Gyro, sharp glare. Seriously, dude. Achiko noticed his gaze and quickly took off her jacket, wrapping it around Izumi's waist before standing in front of her with a death glare. Achiko, coldly, you're about 2 seconds away from a gravity slam. Back off. The man, seeing the united front of glaring heroines in training, hastily grabbed his bag and left, muttering. Hagakure, crossing arms, serves him right. Pervert. Azui, dryly, people like him don't realize who they're messing with. The girls returned to their food, and slowly, the laughter returned. Izumi looked at her friends with a soft smile. Izumi, quietly, you all really are my guardians, thank you. Yauzu, and we'll be with you, right up to the altar. Mina, and for all the parties after. Back at the agency, the girls returned to Bakugo's agency, arms full of shopping bags, smiles still lingering on their faces from their mall trip. The moment they stepped in, the boys turned to greet them. Bakugo, arms crossed, where the hell have you all been? Izumi, grinning, just the mall. Shopping for wedding stuff. Kirishima, excited, did you bring food? I'm starving over here. Siro, elbowing him, same dude. Please tell me there's something edible in those bags. Mina, laughing, well, we're gonna eat in peace, but some creep tried to peek under Izumi's skirt. Bakugo, face darkening, what? Who? Where dash? Izumi, calmly placing a hand on his arm, Kakin, it's okay. Achiko, scared him off with her, I'll float you into space, death glare. Achiko, smirking, he left faster than Mineta running from a cold shower. Mineta, offended, hey, I have dignity too. Kaminari, grinning, I mean, not much Ojuro, don't poke the grape. While the teasing continued, Yairozu set a box on the table, opening it to reveal pizzas, takoyaki, and bottles of cola. Yairozu, I brought these for a little celebration, for Izumi and Bakugo's engagement. Todoroki, softly, holding a cola, congratulations, you two. Shinso, smirking faintly, finally made it official, huh? Kirishima, raising a slice to the explosion couple. May your marriage be less destructive. Bakugo, smirking, eyes on Izumi, can't promise that. Everyone laughed and raised their drinks in a heartfelt toast. Laughter filled the room as everyone ate heartily. Kaminari and Mineta locked eyes, both reaching for the last piece of takoyaki. Kaminari, back off, I saw it first. Mineta, my stomach's smaller, I need it more. Gyro, bonking Kaminari, let the smallest man eat. Maybe he'll stop whining. Siro, bonking Mineta, or maybe split it, you drama queens. Todoroki set down his drink, turning to Bakugo and the others. Todoroki, by the way, the villains we caught were processed this morning. They're locked away in Tartarus. Shinso, no bail, no loopholes. They won't be coming back. Bakugo, grinning, DMN right. That's what happens when you mess with kids. Nearby, Izumi was chuckling at Ida's story. Ida, and then, because of Kaminari and Siro's ridiculous trapwire game, I tripped into a dumpster. During patrol. Achiko, laughing, I still can't believe it made it on HeroTube. Izumi, wiping tears from laughing, your dignity is gone, Ida. Completely. Suddenly, her laughter cut short. Her smile faltered, and her eyes lost focus. She clutched her head lightly. Izumi, softly, I think I just need a minute dash before she could take a step. Her knees buckled. Her vision went dark, and she collapsed. Ida caught her instinctively. Ida, alarmed, Midoriya. Bakugo, rushing over Deku. Hey, Izumi, wake up. Be a minute, wake up. Achiko, panicking, grabbed her phone. Achiko, call a doctor. Hurry. Ida, carefully laying her on the couch, her pulse is stable, but her body temperature is dropping. Yairozu, already dialing. I'm calling the doctor first. Kirishima. To Bakugo, she's going to be okay, right? Bakugo, kneeling beside her, holding her hand tight. She has to be. Come on. Damn it, I just got her back. Everyone gathered, tense and worried. Their joy froze in an instant as they waited for answers. Later still, in Bakugo's agency infirmary, everyone gathered around as the doctor finished checking on Izumi. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Bakugo sat on the edge of the bed, gripping her hand tightly, his eyes never leaving her pale face. Bakugo gruffly so. What the hell's wrong with her? Doctor, removing his stethoscope, calmly, she's not sick, but she does need plenty of rest and a shift in her daily routine. Achiko, worried, is she okay? She didn't hit her head or anything, right? Gyro, she didn't even say anything before collapsing. We were just joking around. Doctor, smiling softly, setting down his clipboard, she fainted due to exhaustion and herm fluctuation. Bakugo, brows furrowed, herm what dash? Doctor, chuckling, she's PRGNT. The room went dead silent. Everyone stared in shock. Bakugo blinked, trying to process the words. Kirishima, wait, PRGNT, like she's dash. Doctor, nodding yes. Probably around 6 to 8 weeks in. Congratulations, Bakugo. You're going to be a father. Bakugo's mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. His eyes widened as he stared down at Izumi, now asleep and peaceful. His hand trembled slightly as it tightened around hers. Yamamo, smiling warmly, that's amazing news. Doctor, she'll need prenatal vitamins. I've written a prescription. Keep her hydrated, well-fed, and emotionally supported. No stress, got it. Bakugo, quietly, yeah, got it. Doctor, patting him on the back, you've got this, kid. The doctor left, and a wave of excited chaos immediately erupted in the room. Kaminari, grinning wide, no way. Bakugo, you absolute madman. You're going to be a dad. Moneta, yo. No wonder you've been glowing lately. You've been hiding your wild side. Bakugo, snarling, lighting up his palm. You little shits, say one more word and I'll make you eat gravel. Siro, laughing, come on, dad, go. Chill. Todoroki, deadpan, wow. You really wasted no time, huh? Bakugo, standing up. I swear, I'm going to kill every last dash. Kirishima, grabbing him, whoa. Chill out, man. You're going to be a father. You got to set an example now. Meanwhile, the girls huddled with happy tears and excitement. Mina, squealing, she's PRGNT. Oh my god, the wedding just got 10 times more romantic. Achiko, Izumi's going to be a mom, and Bakugo's actually soft about it. Yamamo, we need to update our wedding planning list. Azui, baby shower first, then wedding, then honeymoon. The noise slowly died down as Bakugo walked back over to Izumi, who remained asleep on the couch. He knelt beside her again, brushing hair from her face. Bakugo, quietly, you're carrying our kid. He swallowed hard, overwhelmed but full of warmth. His voice cracked slightly. Bakugo, the minute Izumi. You're going to be the best mom. He kissed her hand gently. Bakugo, I promise you I'll protect both of you. Always. Behind him, his friends watched in silence, smiling softly at the rare vulnerability from the explosive hero. Laughter and chaos would always follow them, but this moment, full of love, was the calmest and happiest they had seen him. Still at Bakugo's agency infirmary, Izumi stirred, her lashes fluttering as her senses returned. She slowly opened her eyes, blinking at the concerned yet relieved faces surrounding her. Achiko held her hand gently, and Bakugo sat close by, holding her other hand tightly. Izumi, softly, what happened? Achiko, relieved, you fainted, Izumi. You scared all of us. Bakugo, gently, you passed out, dumbass. But it wasn't something bad. He leaned in closer, his voice softer than usual, eyes searching hers. Bakugo, you're not sick. You're PRGNT. Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief. Her breath caught in her throat. Izumi, I'm PRGNT. Bakugo nodded with a small smirk, eyes a little watery. Bakugo, we're going to be parents. Izumi, Her hands covered her mouth, heart pounding. After a pause, her expression broke into a soft, tearful smile. She sat up a bit, and Bakugo helped steady her. Izumi, tearfully, Kakin, I'm really carrying your baby. Bakugo, DM right you are, and I'll take care of both of you. Every single day. They embraced tightly, their friends smiling and tearing up around them. Mina, teasing, okay, but seriously, Mama Midoriya better not be running around now. Yamamo, you need to rest more now, Izumi. No skipping meals, no overworking. Jairu, grinning, and definitely no fighting criminals. Achiko, don't be stubborn, Izumi. Promise us you'll let us help, okay? Izumi, sniffling, smiling, okay, I promise. Bakugo, gruffly, I'll make sure she does. She's not lifting a DMN finger unless I say so. Mineta, WO, dad mode activated. Kirishima, clapping Bakugo's shoulder. We're going to be a great dad. Bro Izumi, blushing I still. Can't believe it, we're really starting a family. Bakugo, yeah, and it's going to be perfect. At Bakugo's mansion, late evening, the living room was warm and well lit. Izumi sat close to Bakugo on the couch. Inko and All Might sat across from them. Mitsuki and Masaru joined soon after, sipping tea. There was a noticeable glow in Izumi's cheeks and a nervous excitement in her eyes. Inko, noticing, you two look different. Did something happen? Izumi, softly, we have something to share. Bakugo, firmly, we're having a baby. A moment of stunned silence. Inko gasped, both hands flying to her face. Inko, a baby. Izumi. All Might's eyes glistened with emotion. All Might, I'm going to be a grandpa. That's plus ultra news. Masaru, beaming, well, I'll be damned. Congratulations, you too. Mitsuki, squinting, then marching over to Katsuki, you little brat. You didn't even wait for the wedding. She bonked him HRD on the head. Izumi burst out laughing. Bakugo, grumbling, TCH. What do you expect, old hag? We're getting married anyway. Mitsuki, snorting, you better make it an appealing wedding now, with that baby bump and all. Inko, hugging Izumi gently. I'm so proud of you, you're going to be a wonderful mom. Izumi, smiling, I'm nervous, but I'm happy. Kakin's been amazing. All Might, you've both been through so much. Now, you're building something appealing. A family. Bakugo looked at Izumi and intertwined their fingers. He stood up and addressed their families firmly with emotion. Bakugo, I don't care how young we are. I'm going to protect her, support her, raise this kid with everything I've got. This is my life now, and I'll give them all of me. Masaru and All Might exchanged a proud look. Mitsuki wiped a tear. Inko nodded, her smile gentle. Masaru, then we'll be right here, Katsuki. All of us. Mitsuki, you're not doing this alone, you brat. Inko, we're one big family now. Bakugo turned to Izumi and pulled her into a soft kiss on her forehead. She leaned into him with a teary smile. Izumi, softly, I can't wait to meet our baby. Kakin, Bakugo grinning, neither can I. Next morning, the sun poured through the stained glass windows of the Grand Cathedral. It was decorated with white roses, soft peach ribbons, and golden lilies. Guests from all over gathered, including heroes, students, and families. Broadcasters quietly reported outside, showing live coverage as the ceremony was a public celebration honoring two rising stars in the hero world. Katsuki Bakugo stood near the altar, stiff but visibly nervous, dressed in a tailored black suit with crimson detailing. His hair had been combed back slightly, still wild, but his eyes held fire and emotion. Beside him stood Mitsuki and Masaru, proud and moved. The groomsmen Kirishima, Todoroki, Shinso, and Kaminari stood in place. Kirishima, grinning, nudging him, still breathing, bro. Bakugo, grumbling, shut it. I'm focused. Todoroki, focus on not exploding from nerves. Bakugo, snorting, TCH. I'm fine. But then, the church doors opened. Soft music began. Everyone turned. The sunlight framed her like a divine painting. Izumi stepped forward. She wore a flowing, lace-trimmed gown that hugged her figure gently, a slight curve from her small baby bump visible but beautifully embraced. A long veil trailed behind her. Her hair was curled softly and adorned with white lilies. Her smile was shy but glowing, and her eyes sparkled with tears. Inko and All Might escorted her, holding her hands gently. Gasps echoed softly. Phones clicked. Achiko, Mina, Jairu, and Yamamo immediately started tearing up. Achiko, sniffling, she looks perfect. Jairu, blinking, I didn't know I could cry this fast. Mina, whispering, look at Bakugo's face, he's melting. Bakugo's jaw had slightly dropped. He quickly swallowed the lump in his throat, but his eyes shimmered. He smirked, but a tear rolled down his cheek. Even Kaminari had gone quiet, watching with awe. Bakugo, muttering, "Dear minute, she's unreal." As Izumi arrived, All Might and Inko stood in front of Katsuki. He bowed deeply in respect, lips pressed in determination. All Might, gentle, she's always believed in you. Now protect her and the little one, always. Inko, teary, your family now, Katsuki. Take care of them. Bakugo nodded, looked Izumi in the eyes, then gently kissed her hand. He took her arm and led her up the altar. The priest began the ceremony. Priest, today we gather to unite two souls who found each other again and again through battle, through peace, and through love. The music softened. Izumi and Katsuki turned to each other, hands intertwined. Izumi, softly, voice cracking, Kakin, you've always been a part of my life. As rivals, as friends, but most of all, you've been my strength when I thought I was weak. I live for this future. For you, for our baby. I will love you through every season of our lives. Bakugo, holding her hand tightly, Deku, you drove me insane. You challenged me. You loved me even when I didn't know how to love. I never thought I'd say this out loud, but you're my everything. My reason for breathing, for fighting, for living. I'll protect you both with my whole DMN life. Their eyes locked, tears spilling as the priest offered them the rings. Hands trembling slightly, they slid them onto each other's fingers. Priest, smiling, with the power bestowed upon me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Bakugo leaned in slowly, gently cupping her cheek, and kissed her like she was the most sacred thing in the world. The church erupted in cheers. Rose petals and white confetti rained down. The guests cheered and clapped, some cried, some hooped. In one swift, joyful motion, Bakugo scooped Izumi into his arms bridal style. She laughed, surprised, clutching him. Izumi, giggling, Kakin. Bakugo, grinning wide, my wife. He turned to the crowd, grinning smugly, and ran down the aisle as people laughed and shouted blessings. Outside the church, the car waited, decorated with white ribbons and "Just Married" painted across the back. Bakugo slid Izumi inside, leaned over, and kissed her again, slower this time, full of love. Bakugo, softly, time to start forever. Izumi, smiling, teary, with you always. After 6 months, Aldera Hospital Maternity Wing, midday, Izumi lay back on the hospital bed, her belly prominent beneath her maternity gown. She held her breath slightly as the cool gel touched her stomach. The gentle hum of the LTRS Sandy filled the room. BSDDRCN, smiling, there we go. A baby's heartbeat is strong, nice and steady. She angled the screen toward Izumi. See that little flutter? That's your baby's heartbeat. Izumi, softly in awe, it's so fast. Inko, clutching her daughter's hand gently, it's appealing. Like music. BSDDRCN, you're on track. Just keep doing what you're doing, plenty of hydration, light stretching, and don't skip the vitamins. You've been resting enough. Izumi, smiling tiredly, as much as Kakin lets me. He's been strict about it lately. BSDTRCN, chuckling, sounds like a protective husband already. The checkup ended smoothly, and the doctor handed Izumi a printed copy of the LTRSNE photo. Inko carefully folded it and put it in her bag. Later, in the parking lot, All Might leaned against the car with his usual stoic presence, arms crossed, eyes searching. The moment he saw Inko and Izumi walking toward him, he straightened. All Might, how did it go? Izumi, grinning and holding her belly, everything's perfect. Healthy heartbeat and all. Just a few more weeks to go. Inko, she's doing great. The doctor said she's a model patient. All Might relieved good. That's good. I still can't believe you're going to be a mom soon. Izumi, quietly, eyes shining. I still can't believe it either. But I'm ready. I really am. All Might, smiling softly, and Katsuki. How's he holding up? Izumi, laughing. He acts cool, but I know he's more excited than I am. He's already got a crib ordered in 3 colors just in case. Inko, he even banned spicy food in the house because of heartburn. They all laughed together, sharing in the quiet joy of what was to come. At downtown patrol district, afternoon the sun was out, and the patrol had been quiet too quiet. Bakugo walked ahead of the group, his eyes scanning alleys and windows like a hawk. But even he couldn't hide the boredom. Bakugo, grumbling a minute. If I gotta help one more old lady cross the street, Kaminari, smirking, elbowing Kirishima. There it is, Dad. Bakugo's grumpy mode activated. Kirishima, you miss Izumi already, huh? Bakugo, shut it. Of course I miss her. She's due soon, and I'm stuck here watching pigeons. Todoroki, calmly, you should cherish the quiet while it lasts. Soon, you'll be waking up every 2 hours for diaper duty. Achiko, grinning, have you guys decided on names yet? Bakugo, smirking, if it's a girl, she'll be my little princess. No one will mess with her. Not even you extras. Kaminari, snickering, and if it's a boy. Bakugo, grinning, I'll make him strong. Like me. Loud, proud, and explosive. Kirishima, laughing, let's just hope he doesn't inherit your rage issues. Kaminari, or else we'll have a tiny Bakugo blasting holes in daycare. Bakugo, face twitching, I'll blast you if you don't shut your face. Bakugo lunged at them, and Kaminari yelped while Kirishima ran, laughing. Todoroki shook his head with a small smile, and Achiko burst into giggles. Achiko, teasing, he's going to be such a softie when that baby's born. I bet he'll cry harder than Izumi. Todoroki, deadpan, I give it 10 seconds after the baby's born before he screams and that's my kid, loud enough to shake the hospital. Bakugo, panting from chasing Kaminari, paused and muttered, "Then right I will." The team laughed together as the patrol continued, the air warm with anticipation. Evening at the Bakugo mansion. At the dining room, the door clicked open as Bakugo stepped inside, stretching his neck with a low groan. He smelled something comforting, homemade dinner. Before he could even take his shoes off, Izumi was already approaching with a soft smile. Izumi, welcome home, Kakin. I made dinner, nothing fancy, just miso soup, rice, and grilled fish. Bakugo, frowning playfully, TCH, I told you not to stand too long. Your PRGNNT, dumbass. He walked up, letting her take his hero bag off his shoulder, and then leaned down to press a kiss on her lips before crouching to gently rub her belly. Bakugo, softly, hey there, little one. Giving your mom a hard time. Izumi, laughing, she's been kicking a lot today. Or he, still not sure. Bakugo, smirking, either way, they're a fighter. Just like us. They sat together at the dining table. Izumi brought over the warm plates. Bakugo, arms crossed, watched her with concern. Bakugo, you've been cooped up in this mansion all week. Want to get some fresh air tomorrow? Maybe just a slow walk by the gardens. Izumi, stretching her back. I want to, but this belly's getting so heavy. I feel like I'm waddling like a penguin. Bakugo, grinning, you still look hot. Even with the waddle. Izumi, giggling, covering her face, Kakin. They both laughed, and Bakugo picked up his chopsticks. Bakugo, by the way, what did the doctor say? You went this morning, right? Izumi, smiling proudly. She said the baby's healthy. Heartbeat strong. I just need more rest and no stress. Bakugo, relieved, good. I was about to interrogate the entire hospital if they said anything bad. Izumi chuckled and reached across the table to squeeze his hand. Izumi, I can't wait to meet them, Kakin. I wonder who they'll look like. Bakugo, grinning, they better get your smile. Mine would scare the nurses. Late night in the bedroom, dim, peaceful, soft moonlight streaming in. The only sound in the room was the gentle tapping of Bakugo's fingers on his laptop keys as he reviewed hero reports. He glanced to the side, noticing that the rhythmic breathing of his wife had slowed. Izumi had dozed off with a book resting on her chest. Bakugo, murmuring, "You didn't even finish page 2, dumb nerd." He closed the book for her, gently shifted her position, and pulled the blanket over her legs. Bending down, he pressed a light kiss on her forehead. Then, as he stepped back to grab his mug, crunch, he stepped on something soft. Glancing down, he noticed a small box tucked under the chair. Bakugo, grumbling, "What's this?" He picked up the box and opened it. Inside, carefully folded, were 2 hand-crocheted jackets, one his size in a deep red, and the other tiny, barely palm size in olive green with tiny boom patches stitched on the sides. A matching scarf was underneath his. Bakugo, quietly, eyes softening, "You made these." He looked over at Izumi, her chest rising and falling gently. She stirred slightly in her sleep, murmuring his name. Bakugo sat down on the edge of the bed, still holding the jackets. He carefully touched the baby one with calloused fingers. Bakugo, in a whispered, "Bennett, you're too sweet. Izuku, you're going to make me soft." He placed the jackets gently back inside, then reached out to hold her hand under the blanket, still watching her as if silently promising everything he had. Bakugo, softly, "Thank you for this. For everything." The night carried on, peaceful, filled with the quiet love only 2 people completely meant for each other could share. 1 month later, morning at home, at Cozy Kitchen, early light coming through the windows, the sizzling of eggs on the pan, and the soft scent of grilled fish filled the air. Izumi moved carefully around the kitchen, balancing her swollen belly while preparing breakfast. The door to the bedroom creaked open, and Bakugo stepped in, stretching in his hero uniform. Bakugo, gruffly, "TC, what did I tell you about cooking, woman? You're supposed to be resting." Izumi, smiling as she plated the food, "I want to. You won't leave the house unless I make sure you eat. Now sit down, Mr. Hero." Bakugo walked over, smirking, and leaned in to kiss her forehead. "Bakugo, softly, you're insane. You know that. I'm the luckiest guy in the DMN world." He sat, and Izumi grabbed his gauntlets from the bench nearby. She carefully slid one on, adjusting the fastenings. "Izumi, and I'm the luckiest woman. You protect us, fight for people, and still come home and kiss me like I'm everything." Bakugo looked up at her, gently touched her cheek, and then stood, kissing her more deeply. "Bakugo, because you are everything. You and that little explosion are growing there." Izumi, laughing, "Explosion, huh?" Bakugo, "I'm not naming the kid that. Don't worry." They both laughed. Izumi wrapped her arms around him as best she could, kissing him once more. Izumi, softly, "I love you, Kaken." Bakugo, smiling, "I love you too, Izuku." He grabbed his keys, gave her one last look, and walked out the door. From the steps, he turned to wave, and Izumi waved back, one hand on her belly. She closed the door slowly, still smiling. At Bakugo's hero agency, Bakugo was at his desk, fingers flying across his keyboard. Todoroki came up beside him with a folder in hand. "Todoroki, these are the Joint Patrol reports Hawks needs signed by today." Bakugo, grumbling, "Then Bird, always dumping paperwork on me." Todoroki chuckled faintly and sat nearby with a can of cola. Meanwhile, at the corner table, Ida and Achiko were setting down boxes of bentos and drinks. Achiko, cheerfully, "Lunchtime. We brought enough for everyone." Ida, adjusting his glasses, "Please eat responsibly. No rushing. No choking." Mina, excited, "Food. You're a lifesaver." Achiko, Kaminari, teasing Mineta, "Don't hog all the shrimp tempura." Mineta, stuffing his face, "Too late." Jairu, deadpan, bonking Kaminari, and Mineta, "Slow down before you both choke and die stupidly." Ciro, laughing, "She's not kidding. That'd be a lame way to go." The room was filled with easy chatter. Bakugo sipped his cola while Todoroki sat beside him. "Bakugo, patrol schedule looks tight tomorrow. You on morning or evening?" Todoroki, "Morning. We've got some minor tremors reported recently. Could be unrelated, but might be worth checking." Bakugo, "T-Sich, I'll go with you. Just in case." Laughter echoed from the group table as Kaminari tried to balance a spoon on his nose while Mina clapped. Suddenly, the entire building trembled. A loud, low rumble split the air. The floor vibrated violently, throwing off chairs and knocking papers to the floor. Bakugo, yelling duck, cover hold. Get under the tables now. He grabbed Todoroki's arm and shielded the nearby girls as ceiling tiles cracked above. Everyone scrambled. Ida pulled Achiko beneath a table. Mina and Shiro ducked behind a desk. The building creaked ominously, and a loud crash echoed outside. Kaminari, panicked, what the hell? Todoroki, calmly, earthquake. High magnitude. The shaking stopped after several terrifying seconds. Alarms began to blare outside. Bakugo barked orders immediately. Bakugo, move. Outside, fast. Head count before anyone runs off. They rushed down the stairs and out the building, hands covering their heads as dust and debris fell. Outside, chaos met them, cracked roads, smoking buildings, people screaming. Sirens howled as ambulances and hero teams raced by. Achiko, pointing there. People trapped under that scaffold. Ida, I'll assist evacuating that building. Kirishima, running, I got the people stuck by the cafe. Bakugo's eyes darted, processing the damage quickly. He grit his teeth, fists clenching. Bakugo, to Todoroki, we split. I'll take east. You handle the south. Find survivors now. Todoroki, nodding, got it. Bakugo turned once, just for a moment, whispering under his breath, Bakugo, Izuku, please be safe. After the earthquake, the dust was still settling in the air. Sirens wailed, people cried out, and smoke drifted from fractured rooftops. The heroes were scattered across the area, each one doing their part with relentless urgency. Bakugo, yelling, move those beams. Don't let the fire spread. He blasted debris away with controlled explosions. Todoroki freezing parts of a crumbling building to stabilize it. Ida dashed through blocked roads, helping carry children to safety. Mina melted down twisted metal beams for easier removal. Achiko, levitating rubble, hang in there. We've almost got you out. Inside a collapsed grocery, Kirishima used his hardening to hold up debris while Shiro swung in to pull people from the wreckage. Azui leapt roof to roof, carrying a toddler in her arms. Mineta threw his sticky ball to stop shifting walls. Drew, placing her ear on the ground, I hear faint heartbeats under that collapsed bookstore. Shoji nodding on it. Koda, to a nearby bird, guide us to more survivors. Nearby, Kaminari handed water bottles to a shivering family as Yamamo created more supplies from her body. Kaminari, here. You'll be okay now. Ambulances on the way. Shinso, stoic, to a crowd, follow me. It's safe over here. Keep moving. Hagakure, invisible, guiding people this way. Careful, the road is cracked. Ambulance doors opened as Ojiro helped lift a bruised elderly man inside. Their coordination was fast, professional, and emotionally overwhelming. Then Endeavor landed with other pro-heroes in flames. Endeavor, to Bakugo, Ground Zero. Status report. Bakugo, panting, dirt, and ash on his face, Zone 7's clear. Half the injured evacuated. North Block's unstable, we're working through it. Endeavor, good. We'll take the western section. Keep pushing. Bakugo nodded, barely hearing the end of Endeavor's words, his mind somewhere else now. Somewhere more important. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Achiko gathered near a cleared road, catching a moment of breath as civilians were loaded into buses and ambulances. Kirishima, panting, this was bad. The whole city took a hit. Achiko, yeah, but we save a lot of people. Todoroki, still this kind of quake isn't normal. Suddenly, Bakugo's phone rang, vibrating loudly. He immediately answered, putting it on speaker instinctively while pulling off his glove. Bakugo, yeah. What is it? Inko, sobbing through the line, Kei Katsuki. I can't get through to Izumi. She's not answering her phone, it's dead, or dash Bakugo. Heart-stopping what? Inko, I heard the residence your home was near the epicenter. I tried to call the neighbors, but no one's picking up. Achiko, eyes wide, the mansion. Todoroki. That was near Zone 9. Bakugo. Heart racing, pale, I'm going. Now. He didn't wait. He bolted forward with a blast, leaping into the air as if time itself was his enemy. The others didn't hesitate. Kirishima. I'm going too. Achiko. Taking off. She might need help. Let's move. Todoroki. Activating his eyes. Let's go. Fast as we can. They raced behind Bakugo, cutting through broken streets, leaping rooftops, dodging falling wires, and smashed cars. The scene around them blurred in urgency. Bakugo's breaths were tight, wild, panicked. Bakugo, thinking please be okay. Please, Izuku, don't let anything happen to our baby behind him. His friends followed. A silent, but unbreakable support. The air was thick, but the fire in their hearts burned hotter. Aftermath at the residence, the once grand home now lay in ruins, half of it sunken and crushed by massive debris. Cracks split the earth, windows were shattered, and smoke rose from ruptured pipes. Bakugo landed first, eyes wide with horror. Bakugo shouting Izumi. Achiko, hovering above, I'll check the west wing. Todoroki, rushing left, the servants' quarters, maybe someone's still alive. Kirishima, to the right, I'll head toward the bedrooms. They each split, frantically scanning the wreckage, calling out for Izumi. Dust filled the air, and the smell of smoke and BLD was thick. Todoroki, grim, Bakugo. He stood frozen, looking down at the maids' lifeless bodies beneath a beam. Bakugo's breath hitched as he saw them. His fists clenched, rage and despair flashing in his eyes, but he forced himself to move on. Bakugo, voice shaking, Izumi. Where are you? On the far right wing, Kirishima punched through a fallen wall. Behind a smashed wardrobe and crumbled cement, he heard it faint, muffled crying. A baby. Kirishima, wide-eyed, Bakugo. Todoroki. I found them. Hurry. He tore through debris, pushing the cement with trembling strength. Achiko floated heavy furniture off. Todoroki sprinted toward them, freezing parts of the wreck to prevent collapse. Underneath layers of debris there she was. Kirishima, shouting, she's here. It's Izumi. She's bleeding, she's holding the baby. Bakugo, sliding to his knees, Izumi dash. His voice broke as he saw her. Her body was bruised, BLD trickling from her head, her arms trembling as she clutched a newborn baby to her chest. Izumi's eyes fluttered open, tears flowing. Izumi, weakly, voice trembling, Keikakin. Bakugo, gently cupping her cheek. I'm here, baby, it's okay, now I got you. The baby's cries echoed softly in the hollow room. Todoroki stepped forward carefully, reaching for the infant. Todoroki, gently, I'll take her, it's all right. You did great, Izumi. Izumi whimpered, nodding slightly, tears falling as her arms gave out. She slumped into Bakugo's arms, completely exhausted. Bakugo, voice cracking, no, stay with me. Don't close your eyes, Izuku. I'm taking you to the hospital, all right. Just hang in there, dash. Achiko, urgent, floating debris aside, the roads cleared. We can go. Kirishima, rushing out, I'll drive. Bakugo, get her in the back seat. Bakugo gently lifted Izumi into his arms, holding her like she was made of glass. He carried her with trembling strength, cradling her close. Todoroki handed the tiny baby wrapped now in his jacket over to Achiko, who held her with care and awe. Achiko, softly, she's so tiny but she's okay. They all piled into the car. Bakugo held Izumi tightly in the back seat, whispering to her the whole time. Bakugo, soft, fierce, you did amazing. You protected our baby, I'm proud of you, Izuku. Just stay with me now. Todoroki sat up front beside Kirishima, holding the baby carefully in a blanket. Achiko kept watching Izumi worriedly from the passenger seat. The sirens grew louder as they neared the hospital, their hearts all beating fast, not from battle, but from fear, from hope, from love. At the hospital, the doors swung open as Inko, All Might, Mitsuki, and Masaru rushed into the hallway outside Izumi's room. A nurse pointed them in the right direction, and when they arrived, they saw Bakugo sitting by Izumi's side, holding her hand tightly, eyes heavy from sleepless worry. Inko, panicked, how is she? What happened? How's my baby? Bakugo, quiet, but firm, she's stable now. The doctor said she's still recovering from the BLD loss, but she made it. The baby too. All Might placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, his face full of silent gratitude. Mitsuki hugged her son tightly from behind. Masaru wiped his eyes quietly. Mitsuki, an idiot, why didn't you take her with you? Bakugo, guiltily, I thought she'd be safe at home. Suddenly, Izumi stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, blurry at first. Her voice was dry and weak. Izumi, whispering Kaken, Where's the baby? Bakugo, relieved, gripping her hand, Izuku, I'm right here. The baby's okay. You're okay. She slowly turned her head, seeing her loved ones gathered around. Then she looked around confused. Izumi, what happened? I remember the ceiling falling, then darkness. Todoroki stepped forward quietly, his face soft but solemn. Todoroki, you protected your baby until the end. You gave BRTH in the middle of a collapse. You were amazing, Izumi. He hesitated. Todoroki, gently, the maids, they didn't make it. Izumi's heart sank. Her lips parted in a trembling breath as her eyes began to well up with tears. NICU window, neonatal intensive care, baby observation glass. Izumi sat quietly in a wheelchair, her gown loose and her body still frail. Her hands gripped the sides as she stared at the small bundle inside the incubator, her baby, sleeping peacefully, monitors beeping rhythmically. She was silent until she spoke through clenched teeth. Izumi, quietly, if I had a quirk I could have saved them. Bakugo stood beside her, his arms crossed. He looked down, but he didn't speak yet. Izumi, shaking, I'm useless, I couldn't do anything. All I did was survive while others died. Bakugo, firm, kneeling to her level, don't you dare say that again. Izumi's lip trembled, but the words kept pouring. Izumi, I wanted to fight to protect our child, our home. But all I could do was hide and scream. I'm nothing without a quirk. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Bakugo reached forward, pulling her gently into his arms. Bakugo, softly, into her hair, you're not useless, Izuku. You're stronger than any of us. You carried our child in the middle of a collapsing building. You saved her with your own body. He pulled back, looking into her tear-streaked face. Bakugo, you protected what mattered most. Power isn't only in quirks, it's in your heart. And you've got more of that than anyone I know. Izumi clung to him tightly, shaking as she cried. Behind the glass, the baby stirred like she felt her mother's voice even from far away. Achiko, Kirishima, and Todoroki watched from behind the curtain, silent, their hearts aching. Achiko, softly, she's always been brave, even without a quirk. Inko placed a hand over her mouth, her eyes full of emotion. All Might's fist tightened against his chest, proud and heartbroken. Mitsuki and Masaru looked on with tears of their own, knowing just how deep a mother's pain can go. New house, evening light filtering in. Bakugo sat on the couch, rocking their newborn slowly while going over hero reports on his tablet. The peaceful hum of the baby's breath filled the air, but then he noticed something. Izumi stood near the hallway, her back to him, shoulders trembling, silent sobs echoing faintly. Bakugo, soft but firm. Izuku. She didn't respond, just shook her head, trying to hide the pain. Bakugo, what's wrong, damn it? Don't shut me out. Izumi wiped her eyes quickly, still not turning around. Izumi, I feel ashamed, Kaken. I survived again, but I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't even protect our home. The maids, our baby could have. She finally turned, her eyes red and voice trembling. Izumi, I'm quirkless. I couldn't do anything. I feel so useless. Bakugo didn't say anything at first. He stood up with the baby, gently laying her down in the crib. Then he walked up to Izumi, cupped her face, and looked straight into her teary eyes. Bakugo, serious, low voice, don't you ever say that again. Izumi, sniffling, but it's true. Bakugo, interrupting, gently, no. It's not. You carried our child through hell. You gave BRTH during a disaster. And you kept breathing when the world collapsed. That's strength. You're the reason she's alive. You're the reason I keep going. He pulled her into his arms tightly. His voice softened now. Bakugo, you're not useless. You're our foundation. Quirk or not, you're my DMN hero. Izumi cried harder, but this time into his chest, her arms wrapping around him tightly. Izumi whispers, you really mean that? Bakugo, with a small smile, I wouldn't trade you for the strongest quirk in the world. They stood like that for a moment. Then, slowly, they walked over to the crib, their fingers interlocked. Izumi picked up their baby son and held him close. Izumi, smiling through tears, he's perfect. Bakugo, just like his mom. 2 years later, weekend afternoon, at home the sun poured into their cozy living room. Haru, now 2, ran around in a little All Might onesie, holding a wooden sword and calling for his dad. Haru, giggling, Papa, let's play. Hide and seek. Bakugo was sitting at the dining table with paperwork, scribbling reports and checking patrol assignments. He didn't look up right away. Bakugo, gruffly, I'm working, Haru. Haru stopped in his tracks, his smile slowly fading. He looked at the floor, then his lip trembled, and he started to cry. Haru, sniffling, but I want to play with Papa. Bakugo looked up sharply, his hardened exterior melting instantly. He sighed and dropped the pen. Bakugo, TC, damn it. All right, I'm coming. Izumi watched from the corner of the room, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she crocheted a red and black scarf. Bakugo crouched down like a beast preparing to charge. Bakugo grinning, hide and seek, huh? You better run fast, little brat. Haru, excited, I hide. You find me. Laughter erupted as the game began. Haru hid behind the curtains, his giggles giving him away instantly. Bakugo, pretending, where the hell did he go? Huh? Did he turn invisible? Haru jumped out with a roar, and Bakugo stumbled back dramatically. Bakugo, whoa, you got me, Dragon Slayer. Then Haru tugged on his dad's sleeve with pleading eyes. Haru ride. Papa back. Bakugo rolled his eyes, but was already kneeling down. Bakugo, smirking, you're lucky you're cute. Haru climbed onto his back, laughing as Bakugo crawled around like a galloping beast. Izumi clapped lightly, watching her boys. A knock came from the door. Izumi stood and opened it, revealing Inko, All Might, Mitsuki, and Masaru, all holding gifts and bags. Haru, shouting Guanma. Guanpa. He ran full speed and launched into Inko's arms. She caught him with a delighted laugh. Inko, there's my baby boy. All Might, with a heroic pose, little Haru. I brought you a new figure, one that says Smash. Mitsuki, grinning, I got him a remote control plane. He's gonna fly like a pro. Masu, gentle, soft, new clothes for the little guy. He's outgrowing everything so fast. Bakugo and Izumi stood together at the doorway, watching their family fill the room with warmth and laughter. Izumi, resting her head on Bakugo's shoulder, think he'll remember days like this. Bakugo, softly, if he doesn't. I'll remember enough for both of us. At Bakugo's hero agency, the automatic doors of the sleek, modern agency swished open. Bakugo stepped in holding Haru's hand, and Izumi walked beside them. Haru wore a little bomber jacket like his dad's, bouncing with excitement, and carrying a toy All Might plush. Kaminari, rushing over, yo. Look who's here. Lil Champ Haru and Queen Izumi. Achiko, kneeling to Haru, look at you. You've gotten so big, haven't you? Haru, grinning, look at my hero toys. See, this is All Might, and this one's Papa. He proudly held up a little Bakugo figure that even had tiny explosions attached. Kirishima, chuckling, kneeling, whoa. That's so manly. You made your own set. Haru, nodding, yep. Papa's the strongest hero ever. Todoroki walked over, eyeing Haru curiously. The boy turned to look at him and gasped. Haru, pointing, amazed, your hair, it's like ice and fire. So cool. Todoroki, smiling softly, thanks. Yours is pretty awesome, too. You've got your mom's eyes and your dad's scowl. Izumi, giggling, that's the perfect description, actually. Ida, adjusting his glasses, it's wonderful to see you, Izumi. I must say, Haru's behavior is already very commendable for his age. Mina, cheeky, I mean, he's not trying to blast anything yet, so yeah, progress. Yamamoto, he's precious and very observant. Haru's eyes wandered toward Tokoyami, Kota, and Shoji. He tugged at Izumi's sleeve and whispered, Haru, in all mommy, are they part animal? They look so cool. Tokoyami, stoically, I suppose I am something of a hybrid. Young one. Shoji, kindly, crouching, we're born this way. Just like how your papa makes booms. Kota, soft voice, I like animals. Want to see a bunny. Haru's eyes sparkled. Haru, yes please. Everyone chuckled as the room filled with warmth and laughter. Izumi looked at Bakugo, who stood arms crossed, watching quietly but with a rare soft smirk. The agency break room was filled with the smell of delicious food. Izumi had ordered enough for the whole team: pastas, burgers, and various drinks. Everyone was gathered around chatting, munching, and relaxing. Achiko, mouthful, whoa Izumi, this pasta is amazing. You seriously ordered all this for us? Izumi, smiling shyly, well, you guys worked so hard. You deserve something good, right? Jairu, nodding, that's really sweet. And the burgers are legit. Bakugo, raising an eyebrow, you didn't have to go all out. Izumi, grinning, I wanted to. Now shut up and eat. She twirled some pasta with a fork and held it up to Bakugo. He rolled his eyes but leaned in and ate it from her hand. Bakugo, with a smirk, "Tisif spoiling me, huh?" Izumi kissed his cheek every day. Everyone made exaggerated, oh, sounds as the couple smiled softly at each other. Mina, teasing, ugh. Relationship goals, honestly. Meanwhile, across the room, Kaminari was crawling on all fours with Haru riding his back like a cowboy. Kaminari, grunting, I am the mighty electric steed. Haru, hold on tight. Mineta, laughing, ride him, cowboy. Haru, giggling, faster. Go zoom, Kaminari. Bakugo, shouting from his seat, careful, dunce face. If you get to scratch, I'm putting your head through the desk. Kaminari, nervously, why yes, sir. Gentle rides only. Izumi leaned against Bakugo's shoulder, laughing as she watched the chaos unfold. Izumi, feels like family here, doesn't it? Bakugo, grumbling with a soft smile, aloud, annoying family. The group sat around, still munching on food, voices filling the room as they laughed about past patrols and strange villain encounters. Kirishima, laughing, and then, right when the guy was about to throw the fridge, boom, Kaminari zaps himself instead. Kaminari, mouth full of burger, that fridge was loaded. It was practically a boss battle. Izumi, chuckling, you guys really go through a lot. As Izumi reached for her drink, a bit of sauce stained the corner of her lip. Without saying anything, Bakugo leaned over, grabbed a napkin, and gently wiped her mouth clean. Bakugo, gruffly, messy again. Izumi, face turning pink, I didn't notice. Mina, teasing, oh my god, did we just witness domestic explosion husband in action? Achiko, grinning, Kakin's got that dad mode, turned all the way up. Bakugo, smirking slightly, Tisish, mind her dim in food, not my business. Suddenly, boom. The whole agency jumped. A loud pop, crackle, and burst of smoke erupted from the direction of the main office. Sparks danced across the floor as smoke hissed from a burnt desk. Ida, shouting, everyone stay calm. Secure the area. Bakugo, storming in, who the hell just blew up my desk? Todoroki, hands up, not me this time. I swear. Mina, pointing at Kaminari. He was fiddling with something earlier. Kaminari, panic, no way. I've been a horse for the last 20 minutes. Ask Haru. Siro, suspicious. It wasn't me, but man, that was a clean explosion, Yamamoto. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe a quirk surge. Bakugo, glancing around. One of you morons better start talking before I line you up and blast you myself. At the living area, just behind the couch amid the chaos, Izumi noticed something. A small hand gripping the side of the couch. Peeking just over the cushion was Haru's. Wide, teary eyes. Izumi gently crouched down. Izumi, softly, Haru. Sweetheart, are you okay? Did you see what happened? Haru sniffled, looking guilty as his lip trembled. He raised his tiny palm, and with a little pop, a soft spark of explosion fizzled in the center. Haru's voice was timid. Oh, Mama, I'm sorry. I made boom. There was a stunned silence as all the heroes turned to look. Izumi gasped softly, cupping her mouth in surprise. Achiko, Ichiru, that was you. Kirishima, grinning. No way, the little guy's got your bang, Baku bro. Todoroki, smiling, it's official. Explosion Jr. has arrived. Bakugo, completely stunned, without a second thought, Bakugo walked over, crouched down, and lifted Haru high into his arms. The boy clung to his father's neck, still scared he was in trouble. Bakugo, grinning wide, that was a demon good pop for your first blast, kid. Haru, sniffles, I didn't mean to break the table. Bakugo, chuckling, tables can be replaced. That's spark. That's legacy. Izumi walked over, still emotional, tears gently falling down her cheeks. She reached out and touched Haru's tiny hand, watching a soft fizz of light. Izumi, whispering he's not quirkless. Bakugo, gently, of course he ain't. He's ours. Izumi, smiling through her tears, thank you. Thank you so much. Achiko, sniffling, okay, why am I crying like it's my kid? Kaminari, mock wailing, he's already stronger than me. I feel it. Mina, grinning, all right, time for the agency to get child-proofed. The room burst into laughter. Haru looked at his parents, comforted by their love, his little palms still glowing faintly. Bakugo, to Haru, you better train hard, SQR. You just lit your first spark. Haru, smiling, yes, Papa. Rooftop of the agency, the sun cast a soft golden glow as Bakugo crouched beside little Haru, guiding his hands carefully. Bakugo, calmly, steady your palm. Feel in your fingers. Don't push too hard or you'll blast your eyebrows off. Haru, nervously like this, Papa. He clenched his small hand. A soft crack of heat sparked to life, fizzing gently. Bakugo, grinning proudly, DMN right. That's my boy. From a nearby bench, Izumi watched the two of them with a gentle smile. Her eyes softened as she saw Haru jump into Bakugo's arms with a giggle. That laughter echoed, warm and free. Todoroki walked up beside her quietly, hands in his pockets. Todoroki, he's picking it up faster than expected. Natural instincts like someone else I know. Izumi, smiling, he's got Kaken's fire and drive. But he's still sweet inside. Todoroki, smiling faintly like someone else I know. They share a quiet laugh. The wind blew softly through Izumi's hair, and her eyes drifted upward, filled with memory and longing. Izumi, there was a time I thought I'd never have this. I lost my quirk, Todoroki, and my dad, we never got to find out what really happened to him. Todoroki's expression turned solemn. He stayed silent, giving her space. Izumi, softly, but I've gained something more. Kaken, Haru, all of you. I thought losing one for all meant I lost my place, but I was wrong. Todoroki, you never needed a quirk to be one of us. You've always had a hero's heart. Izumi, smiling with tears, I won't lose this. Not ever again. Todoroki, nodding, we won't let you. They both turned their gaze back to the rooftop, where Bakugo was helping Haru balance his stance, both of them lit up by the late afternoon sun. Amusement park and seaside evening laughter and music filled the air as the family of three stood in line for the carousel. Izumi held Haru's hand as the lights danced across his excited face. Her mama, Papa, I want the blue horse. Bakugo, pretending to groan, all right, blue horse it is. Just no explosions while we're on it. Izumi, laughing, no promises. He's your son, after all. They all got on the ride. Haru sat proudly on the blue horse as Izumi and Bakugo stood beside him, holding the pole and keeping him steady. The carousel spun slowly under the glowing sky, soft music playing. Later, they arrived at the VR station. Haru was given a headset and squealed in awe as he looked around at a digital projection of space. Haru, gasping, I see planets. Whoa, Mama, Papa, there's a big red one. Izumi, giggling, that's Mars, sweetie. Bakugo, folding arms with a smirk, he's going to want to be a space hero now. Izumi, as long as he doesn't blow up a planet. They made their way to a prize booth. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at the game, a ring toss challenge. Haru pointed at a big orange fox plushie. Haru, I want that one. Bakugo, cracking knuckles, stand back, champ. Daddy's got this. 3 throws. 3 rings. Clean landings. Vendor, stunned, yeah. Pick anyone you want. Haru, hugging the fox plushie, thank you, Papa. Izumi, teasing show off. Bakugo, grinning, only for you two. As evening approached, they strolled along the seaside. The sunset poured gold and pink across the waves. Izumi leaned against Bakugo, holding Haru's small hand between them. Izumi, softly, this is the kind of day I never want to end. Bakugo, quiet but firm, I won't let anything take this from us. Haru, hugging both their legs, I love you, Mama. I love you, Papa. Bakugo and Izumi, together, chuckling, we love you too, Haru. The 3 of them stood there, waves gently crashing, arms around each other. Against the glow of the setting sun, it was clear they were home. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku Was Reborn as Quirkless Girl. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Korina Kamaleelpa 8 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zenin Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.